wants to go, is there anyone have a problem staying at 6 o'clock? You are happy to stay? Because I have a new class. The will start. So I go as usual. Now, who has written his master thesis or is writing master? Any master? Did you write your thesis? No one. So it's a good time. All right. I thought you also that he has from the state. This, please, you will have to have the opportunity, and I will give you very last tip that will help you in trying to predict the scope. Takes from me, understand what just so if I put my noise on the paper in 2 weeks, it's not because I'm genius, but because I learned from my mistakes. And I will try to carry this to you. If you stick to it, you will see how easy it is. Okay? We'll go to the first, now we'll go how to write a paper. Now we'll go with the writing of the paper. This is actually this it's one question I read. 1 hour before the activity, I just is them from this so now we finished actually collecting the data. We are ready now to analyze the data. So if you're working within a group, it's very important to make a group. And in this plan, we sit together. You ask yourself, and I like always to write the name as one line or there's nothing in it, because it shows in the way. Many times somebody comes to me and we have the data, I just want to know in one line what you do. Because that is your gap. I want to study so and so, so your paper should be built what you want. If you start saying I want to study the factors affecting the visual ability in diabetic patients, all your paper you should build on that. You should make the question, build on the results. If the results properly analyzed, discuss your results, not other people's results. That are shared of this. And I do this even before starting, and Ashraf knows, we solve the problem of authorship before we start the part. We sit together, we have 3 authors here. Who will be the first author? If someone volunteers and it's like open and happy to help anyone, right? But he's the first one. It's finished. His role is well defined. So he takes the burden of it and he has to respect his role, and we will help him. Now, some of our colleagues have the ability to do the graphs quickly, the graphs, some of the tables, but the person who's writing the paper is the person who will write it. My job, as a senior person, I analyze the data, I really control the integrity of the paper, the overall of the paper, and they have to do the job if they want to do the job. If I find that this is an agreement, oral agreement, but even if not, you can have a written contract before you start. Otherwise, you will get problems before publication or after publication. It's a heck, doesn't work. Better to be clear, like any ownership contract, because we see the criteria very easy. This is what you're going to do. Now I discussed with him, he will be the first one to finish. He will be the first one to do the job. If not, I will put the paper, either I write it to myself or give it to someone else to write. Cannot be assigned to someone who does not commit himself to it. Is that right? Now, how do we, and it's very easy, we sit together, okay, a colleague of mine comes from community medicine, yeah, Tables, how many tables shall I put? I know the material, I know the analysis. Before you start writing, you don't write the table and then you draw it and write the table. So I review a lot of papers with 6 separate tables. 3 or 4 of them should be oriented directly. You cannot put a table and show that with, let's say, age, etc., gender, etc. That's not a table. You understand? So tables, we'll speak about tables. We can define the number of tables before we start. I need a table like that. Okay, 4 tables, this is what you should go and go for. Alright? We did it at start. And we even start in sequence. We discuss the sequence. And I'll show you how do we do it. And I tell the person who even as a professor, you give him the advice, do this, this is our work. Okay? And then you define the tasks. Everyone has to do a task. It's a group. You do this, I do this, you do that. It goes much quicker than really one person doing problem. Time frame, we have to do this. Actually, we give a time frame, not to pressurize people. If you really pressurize, don't try. But really to obligate people, okay, we have to get this paper within a month. And we do that sometimes, we don't, but at least we know we are within the time frame or we are not within the time frame. And then which journal are we going to start with? Because that affects the way we write the paper, the way we present it. And finally, we actually make a plan. All of this is a plan. One individual, you regularly input and see the progress, and you see how the plan is going. So, doesn't matter whether you 3 or 4 or even 1. Okay? That's it. You have the energy. Okay. This is your let's say, okay, now every time come to me within 2 weeks. That, right? That's the answer. He has to do it. He comes back to me. And then we got, if he has a problem, I'm called and we sit again. But usually you have a plan at least 1 week or 2 weeks. And after 1 week, it's expected that you will pass. So your progress in your life. How will I do it? Please, okay. These are, you know how many, these are the 7 steps that you have to go through in this course. The first one is plan. The second one is writing. The third one is editing. It's different. I put it as separate because it's really different. Fourth one, submitting. Revising and responding to reviewers. How do you deal with rejection if you are not advised to revise? Finally, final proofing. You will be surprised that I wrote one paper, and excellent paper. It was actually about the, I showed you about the master side. And in the proofing process, they mixed the tables upside down. Really, it was a mess. So if that has gone in the publication, you should have destroyed all the work I've done. We actually mixed the table, I don't know how, and then I have asked them to read the table, but not what you told, because then it's a mistake. It was published in the final version. Okay? So it's not really that the table is accepted. You are not relieved unless the final version is there. Of course, you can correct if it's a mistake of the publisher, but doesn't look nice to have paper and its correction. Better to have it right on the stuff. Now, what I'm going to write. This is all that you have to think about. I mean, I've shown you examples, all these are some of our publications. I'm going to publish an image, and I showed you some images. Is it actually a prospective study? Is it a case report? Is it a review? Is it a chapter? So you have to decide, okay, which format I'm going to use. And each format is different. Is it a systematic review? That means you work for 2 years before using the example. Is it an image? It will take maybe half a day. It's a review. It takes minimum 6 months. So you plan what you do. Really to plan. And don't overdo things. I don't advise beginners to do reviews unless it's part of their thesis. Honestly, I don't use young people to use our this is part of the or if it's a series of papers, I'm expecting that they will use this review to write because it's very young. Writing a review is not easy. It should be critical reading. No one will publish it for you by adding that. That's not acceptable. It will not be published. Okay? So, for a review, you need to read maybe 80, 100 papers. For an original paper, you need to read 50 papers. Okay? That's enough. Maybe 10 sometimes. I have a paper recently on 15 papers because this is the only sentiment. Which judge? And that's a tricky one. And the principle is that we should go hard, even higher than the twist. But be realistic. And the major problem I find here is that people want to get their PhD quickly because they need 3 papers published in some countries like Denmark, Sweden, Germany, and they reduce the quality of what we do. As an established researcher, I always target high, even if I get 3 papers. Recently, on the paper, I shot now, rejected paper. Very good paper, I think, very well written paper. We sent it to Journal of Trauma, wasn't on research, we injury just to be. But this shouldn't affect your spirit. You go gradually, from up to down. That's the idea. If you need it for your thesis, you may accept to get lower journal. I personally never accept the publication paper not in mid-class. That's never, because people will not access it. Maybe a little bit, it's not really. If you really want your people, there's no value in having a great paper published in non-religious journal. People don't know it because now they can speak because they don't have trust in it. Okay? So, this is for example in my area. If you look here, these are different journals in our area. One journal said the Journal of Trauma Injury, SMS Prevention, Public Injury Prevention. These are the journals I like my paper to be in. But you look, these issue journals, some of them have low issues, some of them have high issues, some of them have more journals, more articles, some of them very high rejection, up to 80%. So if you want to, in a good journal, it should be very high quality, otherwise it will be rejected. So you waste time. And then also, we have now an open access journal. Actually, plus one, original surgery, Scandinavian journal of trauma surgery. I have to pay about 9,000 ringgit for each article. And we pay some of them actually, but if I don't have the money, I can't do that. And these are good journals, by the way. They are very reading, good quality, and rejection is great. But you get the advantage of making the proper access. Everyone can read it without paying, because usually you pay $20 for each paper and you download it from the other ones. So your papers will be more read, will be more accessible, and you will be signed more. So a big institution will pay that more. But it's a lot to really publish. And finally, we speed the publication. We've seen some journals take 2 years before they get published. That's not in the research competition. You like the material to go before others, so it's likely that we did it before. So these factors will decide which journal you're going to submit. Now, read the instructions very well. Believe me, it's not, you will be surprised. For example, someone prepares a case report to be published for working on surgery, and it tells you we don't accept case reports. There are texts around it, but we don't do that. I have recently announced case report. I wanted to go to work on surgery, but I submitted it as a letter. So you really know, you have to know the rules. They don't accept it, they will never put. Does not accept or they will never put the case in the journal. Now, which sequence? This is my sequence. We learn it from experience, by the way. I'll show you my experience. Where? The first thing, which is not easy, is really to write one sentence A. Then tables and figures. Then results. Then methods. Introduction. Discussion. Abstract. Right. Then I do the final details and everything. It looks strange. How is the paper written? It's usually title, abstract, introduction, That's the way it's called. That's the final submitted value. It's not the way we write. Why do we do that? Because once I have the tables in front of me, I know my methods very well, I don't need to reproduce it. For those who are really doing fine experimental work, like I used to do before, I write the methods while I'm doing this, because I will forget the details later. The way I put the catheter, the way I suture, I will forget it after 3 or 5 months. So in experimental work, I ask and I used to write the methods while I'm doing the experiment because I want to be reproducible. Now my own studies right now, the methods are not established, and I can write them down. So getting the tables first and figures, you have your paper. This is your results. You understand? So you start on how would I build my paper and what? And after that, I start writing results. I start writing the results. I check the results and I ask people to write the results, and then I put the results. Now you have the papers there. You have the A, you have the professional results. Now you fill the gaps with production discussion. You understand that? Then after that, the most difficult one is writing an extract. I do write the extract. Then I choose a very funny, nice title at the end, and I change it, and I put it. But I may have a practical, just a general title. I revise it because the abstract, it's like a party name. It's attractive. It's the most attractive part of getting people looking nearer to your paper is your title. And then they will feel yes. And if it's asked, shall I read this paper, or shall I read it, or shall I read it? Then after you read experiments. So abstract is very important study. And then you go for fine things like details of how legend of the figure, and acknowledgement is very important, conflict of interest, contribution of others. Now it's like, the people treat figures like films, contributor, producer, finance, so you write some contribution to the authors. Well, and I think this is a way to show that what every person has. And finally, I go for the references, and the way I do it, I'm sorry, I know that, I don't know if you're using EndNote. Who's using EndNote? Yeah. I have not concerns. The way I use it, and I usually do it, I ask them to write the senior name author here. I don't use it. So why is that? Because you may shuffle some parts. And as you shuffle them, the sequence difference and reference will change. And it's a headache. And once I told someone to do this, he didn't listen to me. He spent one day just changing the numbers. And sometimes you mix things. So the first thing is to get the ideas with the senior author here, because sometimes senior author has more than the first author here. And then they write the paper. And we edit everything except the references. And then we look to the, what does the journal mean? Does he want actually Abu Zidan 1996, or he wants a number? Does he want the number between brackets? Does he want it to super? So I follow the instruction. I personally don't use EndNote. That's nothing wrong with it. But if you notice some of the journals, still you please don't use EndNote. The problem with technical, mechanical change, that if a reference changes by mistake, all references will be mistake. But the way we use it, it takes longer time, but it's safe. And it doesn't, for me, if changing the reference is not anything. Like people look at it seriously. It's a simple job. And paper writing may take 3 months. So that's not the major issue. The major issue is writing the paper itself. But people sometimes need to be fancy and how can we use EndNote and can use it different format, you click change from format. Yes, that's okay, but that's not the major part of the paper. The major part of the paper is the major. And let's go through it. This is Professor Topic. She is actually the editor of the JAMA search. I looked to her sequence. She published this paper, it's a beautiful paper, on 3 pages, and I put it in the handout when you look at it. Beautiful 3 pages. I looked to her sequence. These are sequence. I was surprised to see once I got that. Figures, methods, results. She puts figure versions. Collection is such an abstract following purposes. So very similar. I mean, the more experience you can. This is the shortest way actually to write with. Now, read the instructions of authors very carefully before writing. Sometimes it's very clear that do this, otherwise we will do that. So you read it carefully. For example, what time are you going to submit? Notice the consequences. How many words? Some people tell you we need maximum 1,500 words. Some people tell you 3,000 words. So try really to follow exactly what they ask for you. What do they need? Sometimes they need specific forms to be filled. Sometimes conflict of interest to be online. It will not be processed without it. The style is it between brackets, sober strap, between squares. Is it actually whether tile alphabetical or by number? So it's not exactly. And language. We need American or English language. So Latino or ET. So you have to change all etymology or HEMOLOGY. So you have to follow American English or British English. Actually, even in the different format, figures, what quality it is, what size it is. They will tell you exactly to make things easy for you. And then the way you put the figures. Sometimes they put decided figures. Sometimes they instruct you exactly how to do certain things. All are, I'm an old man, you're younger, you have a lot into IT. There's nothing that cannot be solved. Even if it comes to AI, with the real child, you will learn one doing something. But the paper, from my experience, can be rejected directly if you don't follow it. It doesn't work. It's very different. Why would you put your that? And it gives a bad impression. For me, I'm looking at someone who's somebody to pay, or he didn't follow the instructions. If he doesn't follow the instructions, why would people punish him? It's actually, I mean, he doesn't even care about following the format of the journal. So it's not serious. I mean, it's actually somebody with current mentality. Tables are the core of papers. And people prefer tables because these are numbers that are good if you want to combine the data analysis. I've been in the experience of getting a figure and I want the numbers, I have to make it big and then calculate the numbers from the figures. Figures are good for visual. Okay? So tables are very nice for comparison. This is one of our papers. And you see here, you can compare. You can put the statistical results here. Actually, there is a lot of details. Mechanism, about the traffic engine, so you can get the details. We use headings here. See? So notice here the lines are only between variables and the line. No lines vertical, no lines horizontal, common mistake. Most of the papers I review, I get frustrated because they put lines vertical. That's the way it should be having. This is someone gets to that table, I know that he knows that. It's a impression from me as a reviewer, oh, this is a good writer. He knows how tables are. He at these raw papers, he at these published papers. It's a little simple for you, but really to give an impression for you. Okay? Figures. I like figures when they carry a message. Figures can be drawn or they can be photographed. Now, if you look here, this is one of the figures. We just focused on what I'm saying to show the relationship between money and debt of car accidents. And see more, you see, how the money actually giving stars and debt are really related. If you look here, there are two outliers. This is Everett. This is another sum of it. So visually, I could say Everett is a lot. I mean, the debt is really high compared to income. You got that? So it carries a strong message. But it's only going to carry a strong message, not to the number. You understand? You can't exactly know the mortality, it's approximately. You guess and it is approximately 17. We don't give you the number. And you see we use arrows and you add a specific legend that explains the figure without reading the figure. Each figure, these values, should be separately understood without reading the paper. Use an abbreviation. It should be the same in the same figure, so people in the table and know. And that's the advantage that is actually first. Now, if you look to images here, see they are representing, but also use arrows here. This is free without the here. Okay, so resolution is very nice, quality is good, size is proper, and you use measurements. Okay. So here, figures are necessary. Don't do figures that are not necessary, like I'm a bit frustrated. People having a pie with males and females. What does that say? Right, why would you take half a page from the journal? This is like females were 10% and males were 90%. You put a pie, you take half a page, it's very close. Why do you do that? Am I right or wrong? Okay. They give a message and there are arrows inside. Figures should have a visual emphasis, should be understandable without the text. Alright? Now, this is a recent paper that appeared in the Institute for us actually. Very unique patient who had congenital diverticular because there's colon and female. It's really the only case in the literature. But you want to prove your histopathology. So you have really to use arrows, you see different arrows that you explain them in detail. You see this type of arrow, this type of arrow, this type of arrow. You use alphabetical, slash, magnification, which stain you have used, you should part of the legend. So it should be really written in a proper way. It's explained. This is, you see, look to the legends. Look to the legend. The legend, I mean, it is not long, but it is important to be as short as possible. You read that legend, it's really needed. So it should be as brief as possible. This is actually the briefest I could get. And a box and whisker block of, you guess this is called a whisker in a cat. It's actually called this one, just has like cat mustaches, okay? And this is actually for a death rate operation for people who have selling 2010. So explain what you see. The box resembles the international fire range, where the box begins with 25% line and 27% high. The horizontal line represents the median. The West Coast line, which are these ones, you have a reason. I have a reason. So you see here, and then you explain this. What is this? These are actually the horizontal lines, the median, the whisker lines that present the range of values that are not outliers here. These outliers are very small outliers. And this is you explain the p-value. And what did we say we will use here? That's the same. Same country 2007, 2010. We will use 50 countries, same number here, same number there. What do we use? Wilson, sign, and see that? So now at least you know when you use it. It's the same country, mortality 2007, mortality 2010, but comparing with them. There is change within each country, and these are actually related variables, and they are not parameters. Actually, you've seen the figure, which is skewed, and see the figure. See, so the data is not so just to go into the previous one. This is the same figure. So the data is not normal, see that? And these are related variables to groups, which can sound like this. So now we understand why it is. Okay. Okay. Now, then we come to the results. The results is really not a repetition of the table. You don't repeat the table. The table is there. Anyone who wants to scale, you go for the table. It's actually telling what did you find. You don't say, oh, we have 4 groups, road traffic correlation is 50%. All of them are 20%. This is the table. You can say the most common cause of injury is road traffic accident. No, you have 10 causes now. This is actually hard to do. What's actually in the figures? Should be logical in sequence. Sometimes you think like this. For example, always we start with the demographic efficiency. Then if there is a univariate analysis, we start with this, and we go for 112. So there is a logical sequence how you present your data. It should be as short as possible. The one I like is less than 1 page. Some of my great papers, half a page. It's not more. Half a page. And I enjoy it because the shorter you give it to the people, the easier it is. And by the way, this is a great, I know some of our Muslims, but in the Quran, this is actually a poetic writing. You start the story with the beginning, you script the whole story, and you go to the short stage. So actually, like the abstract story and the conclusion. So it should be a short. Why would I waste my time reading 2-3 pages if you can't tell me half a page? That means either you don't know what you want, or that means actually you're not clear what you want, or you don't know what's important and not important. So I personally tell my philosophy of writing, and you know that, whoever comes to them, okay, what I want from you, give me the introduction in half a page, maximum 1 page. I will commit on I like less than a page. The methods, as precise as you can, not more than 2 pages. And I want the result in 1 page, and the discussion in 2 pages. That's the trick. Saves you a lot of your effort. Some people, they think that they have to review the literature in the paper. It's not a review article. This is discussing your paper. What did you find? You understand? Not what did other people find. So you discuss your paper. Review of important information are relevant to you. Personally, what I learned from Mary Evans, she's a great lady from UK. Great writer, and great also statistician. She's an artist, you understand. She knows the ways. Sometimes negative studies need more emphasis than positive. Negative studies are more difficult because you have to be sure that you pick all the papers that you are. Positive papers, I have listened to a paper, just yesterday, 10 references that are really relevant to research. This is your art. But the art is in which references should you choose. And you spend time in selecting these references because you save time of reading. I don't need whole lecture. I pick what is relevant to my paper. Let's select my paper and what's the best that can discuss it. Okay. I don't put some headings unless it's needed. Like what? Ethics is the first one. Ethical statement. Then, population of patients. Then, findings. That's it. You put my point. So headings is useful if it's needed. If it's not needed, you can put it as paragraph, intellectual paragraphs. You put my point? Okay. Avoid writing what is in details. Don't just regard the tables in the tables there. And avoid doing revision analysis in writing, compare this with compare with that, compare with this. I get the crazy. 4 pages results, all comparisons, and you don't understand what's there. So stop it in you don't continue more. Just please, there's no clear research like that. The author doesn't know what he wants. He takes something which is in areas that confuse him, and he has to know what he wants to do. Is that clear? Okay. Now, don't repeat tables and figures. That's the shortest way to write. Please aim to write half a page paper And then if you add that, you have the structure. You can add a little, improve here and there, but you don't start doing a lot of windows and you don't have the structure. Okay? Okay. Material methods, then you come around. I like this, people do the opposite. But it's actually, how did you answer the question? How did you answer the question? And it should be very clear that people can repeat it. So it should be clear that people can repeat it. And use, I don't want to use the material methods. They are patients, patients. They are not. Okay? If you use material means say an animal method or so. I mean, material means detail, etc. So write patients and methods. The material method should be repeated. This is why actually I do some readings like ethics, populations, so that was for the design, outcome variables, data proportions, these are very good because you written constructive thinking. So you say, okay, if you can commonly has a approval or it's not needed, we studied the population, which year, which hospital. Many papers are missing the period, which is a crucial part. This was studied between 2005 and 2007, 2003, 2007. The design is expected, systematic review, randomized conditions, likely study. The design, some journals ask more details about that. And outcome values. What did we study? Blood pressure, temperature, mortality, what did we study? The way data was collected. Who collected the data? This was collected by the senior authors or collected by the section, collected by the and then the statistics in the right statement. For example, we use non-parametric methods to be compared two groups, non-dependent, because the numbers are small, we use dynamic test for comparison. Here's the we describe what I told you, essentially. And if you have some or your own methods, you don't need to repeat it, but you can refer to it. We did this previously and before the reference, so you can shorten the paper. And beware of self-plagiarism. You know what self-plagiarism? Self-plagiarism. You are shooting from yourself. How can I do it? Shooting from yourself. Yeah, actually, this goes to the ethical issue. Who owns the art after publication? Who owns it? So, in principle, you cannot take, if you do the same experiment repeatedly, you cannot take the words of one you're not putting in another. But you know, the editors know this and they're kind of, but it takes some time in rewriting the same thing in another language. It's actually sometimes more troublesome than before. But you have to appreciate that you cannot just cut your own data and put it in another. Why? Because you don't own this material, it's owned by the journal. Unless it's an open access journal, only just put it and you claim it's actually published. Okay, because you own it. Okay? Beware, and some people are very because what happened? Now I sent an article to you hopefully soon about the role of ATLS in survival, and it's actually based on another paper which is also and they want me to write for here. They invite me to write what's the first in the research area. And you will be surprised if you're going to pick my CV, if they want to see me, which is the website, it's my CV. So they can pick even small things. So I'm sure they can pick even how much is similar to other papers. All right, so just think about it. It's not editors is slightly short, but I will try my best to rewrite them. Now, how do you go to the introduction? Now we're finished, by the way, results and material. You finish the job now, by the way, you finish the paper. For me, if I want to keep any paper in the future, even I can write it. I write it with some results, and even if I leave it, the paper is safe because you can write it anytime. You understand? You because the core of the paper is the material metals horizons. Okay, which is part of this event. Now, the way we like to use Orion introduction, we call it the reverse pyramid. Put this in your mind. It's very easy. It's actually, let's say I'm speaking road traffic accident. It's actually everyone, right? Colleagues. You start with the original statement. Road traffic accident is a great problem worldwide. It causes 1.2 million deaths and it's expected 50 million viewers. This is general all over the world. You go in Norway. It's a major problem in United Arab Emirates. It causes the second cause of death, and it's the cause of 60% of the potential wildlife in our society. You go more. It's not going on in our communications level. Whether the use of mobile phones is an important factor in doing. And we aim in this prospective study to study the extraction of cell phone and road traffic. You see that? You become general, go down, get focused. You do a research question. It should be the last sentence in your introduction. And I find many papers you can do that, by the way. We aim to look up, there is no clear research question. We know this man is scientifically valid or not. What do we call it? Reverse pyramid approach. Easy. Introduction, discussion, very easy. 4 major parts, maybe 5 paragraphs or 4 paragraphs. Sometimes I like 4 paragraphs, sometimes 5 paragraphs. But this one paragraph. Summary, you can get it will be actually, but now we didn't enter the abstract. This will be the core of the abstract for the exhaust section. Then, the second thing, you compare and contrast. Maybe 1 paragraph, maybe 2 paragraphs, maybe 3 paragraphs, doesn't matter. But it's comparison between your paper and what other people did, and why our study is like that, and why we didn't do that, and why we think is that, and why we think our study is negative. So, we compare and contrast. This section usually run out is the limitations. And a strong researcher will recognize his limitations. Don't be shy of writing your limitations. You can go to a paper I wrote in actually supervisor. The limitations were more than the discussion. 1.5 pages limitation, because I want to convince the people, okay, this is a systematic review, can have research files. Because we use only we use only big line. We should have used other tools. So it's research files. It's evaluator wise. There's only one person who evaluates it because we don't have researchers who can evaluate this part. There is geography. So we start discussing the limitation. The reviewer will be more restrictive and knows that you are straightforward and you know what are the. Finally, the conclusion. The conclusion should be very short. A lot of the discussion, it should be paragraph. Possibly what do you advise and what's the recommendation in case of prevention? I never put it in the start of prevention paper. So our paper has shown that cell phone is a major problem in the communities. We recommend that the source is really false. That's your conclusion. That's the conclusion of your paper. You don't say other studies are needed. That's not the conclusion of your paper. Some people put it as we know that a lot of studies. Is this the conclusion of your paper? Did you show that other studies are needed? You understand? Okay, so abstract. And I really will let you write an abstract out. And the abstract is the most part of writing any paper. Anyone who knows that. The abstract is the mirror of your paper. The abstract will be put in midline. So it's very important for the editor to get direct rejection. For example, if we evaluate the conferences, how we evaluate it? It's your abstract. It's only the abstract you decide the paper should go on or post, so you present it in the The abstract is a short story. You tell exactly what I told you. Why did you do your study? And what did you do? How did you answer the question? What did you find? Or what is it? That's what you tell your story. It should be a story, it should be structured. Some journals say you have to be structured. What does that mean? Background, okay? After background, A. After A, methods and results, methods. Then you say outcome variables. Then you say results. Then you say conclusions. And that helps you to put it in a structured way, at least mentally. If it's not structured by the talking titles, you can make a structured mentally. Many papers, they say, our aim of this is to discuss. I mean, this is not an aim, you can discuss it. You have to have clearly show the people what you really want to say or what did you find. Please, you have to count the number of words. This is very tricky. Because if you do a lot of number of words and you start with submitting, the website may not permit you to proceed. It's very, very irritating. You want to submit it and then you start correcting it in a rush, you may make mistakes on the website. Exactly know the number of words prepared before you submit, because the submission process is the next process. Don't use abbreviations. The abstract should stand by itself. If you use abbreviation that's repeated, you have to define it, but better not use abbreviation. No references in the abstract. References are only in the table. And it's written out. Okay? Now, I had once a problem in writing my PhD thesis. I was actually working with student Professor 7 to check myself. That's a cool thing. So I finished. They wanted from me 6 papers. They were actually very good papers. They were hard work, actually. We operated on the 66, which was you get with the thesis. Well, this is very hard. I have to write a Swedish abstract. I have to put all the 6 papers, the abstracts in one abstract. So it's an abstract of an abstract. So it's really tough, you know. I mean, I can't put a paper in an abstract. How can I put 6 papers in an abstract? It was a tough job. I tried. I mean, I was really doing my best. And then I had to be in the problem. Okay, I don't sit for submission. So I really want to Professor on the top. I don't want to cover it. I do 2 pieces in 1 page. You can't tell what this, they are very specific. Not more than 1 page. That's what you should do. This is the advice you gave me, and this is the advice I gave it to you after. Imagine that you're speaking to grandma. What are you going to do? What are you going to say? Make it in a simple thing. Your grandma is not science, and you want to tell her. And actually, that was the right advice. I could write it after just understanding this. Speak to your grandma. That's the advice, which I think very important. The title. The title should be, you have to think a lot actually. Don't rush to writing a bad title or really, it gives bad impression. It's like making a restaurant with come and dine. We can't come and eat for us, come and dine. You will never come into your restaurant. You have to have an attractive title. So you invite people to read the abstract. The abstract should invite you are actually trying to attract them in your paper. Attract them. Title, abstract. And they want you, they want to desire to read it, okay? You should be attractive. I'm sorry for this word. I listened that I was with Professor Sar in Bangkok recently. And I was attending a medical writing workshop just to learn how to teach you medical writing workshop. Why are you coming here? So just to see how you present this. So I really like to because I'm running on soup. And this spoke what they did was about the coming engines. This is to tell you, you know. What? What? Oh, that's a very sexy title. You just tell me that I will take the paper. So what is attractive? Your title should be attractive. And should tell what did you find. You don't say the effect, or when we do that, it's the common mistake. You can say raw topic accident decreases mortality. As we show in the global, I'll show you something. And they gave you exact numbers of the world, and they should usually it's very tricky to do that. Should be precise, and it's actually your homelands. Please remember that. The abstract and the title are the most important concepts when you have to put effort. Sometimes it's difficult. In this example, as soon as you the titles, crossroad between carrier wire and covalent wire. And this actually crossroad, it's telling you this, not the symbol, it's not simple, it's simple. Doctor, pedestrian injuries related to this disorder. It's a global study, so you have to put in your title, it's a global study, because you need people to read your paper and cite it. If you don't, it's not, it's a local study, or it's a city study, it's a country study. For example, here, if you look here, you know the injury severity score, and for an medicine physician, your injury severity score. You cannot say ISS or when ISS is better than ISS, etc. Because people don't know it. It's really confusing. Anyway, they will read it in their mind. They will say injury severity score, you put ISS, why not to write it? So we have to read it. You understand? If you put abbreviations every time, the people will stop and think what it is to make life easier for them. So you say, new injury severity score is very critical. Mortality for frontal patient than AS. No abbreviations in mind. And it's important. Again, for responsibilities, you should at least be involved in the idea of analysis. You have to be sure. What will you find and accept the responsibility for the quality. And that's the title now of the first page. The title, the other check, the responding order, is a specific format for the title page. Okay. Then after that, we go for fine details. Acknowledge with whom you like to think with whom you should thank people who should be thanked. Don't put them as authors. Do you have any conflict with it? Did you pay money? Did you have whatever it is? Did you gain money? And what each author has contributed depending on the journal requirements. Some require, some don't. Now, we have finished writing the paper. But that's not the end, that's the easy part. The difficult part is defining editing. If you write a paper, the paper has a structure, it's there, very good. But that's the start. Because you have that, even in the baseline. Now we go to the style and find editing, and finally, to differentiate between opinions and fact. This is kind of stick. The wording should be very clear. We think, not it is. You understand? Because if you don't have the fact that it is, you don't say it is. You say, I think it is. So you rephrase your words. For example, many times, actually myself, I have in the contribution, it says, we have found, or we say, it says, for example, such a factor because such a factor. When your comes to, no, you cannot say that. Try to be more soft. Try to be more scientific in the words. Try to be more realistic. That is actually qualifying to do. Now, how do you do it? The first time you finish your paper, okay, let's say this is a structural. First thing we call it the mental structure. Does the paper mental? Shall this section be before that? Shall this be after this? So you have a sequence of paragraphs logically put without going into details. Now we didn't go to comment, semi-comment still. Does the paper read well? Does the idea being carried well? Does the paper give my message? And then after that, you read it once, twice, you get this structure more and more organized. You see? This is it. So it's more and more organized. I like this paragraph to be there. I think this is more there. I think that's it's there. So you have a nice, easy, sequential thinking process. After you do that, you do it again, So it becomes more coherent. You're convinced, and I advise you to read it every morning. Go ahead in the morning, 7 o'clock. Your mind is fresh. And you will pick these things. And don't start trying other things without and putting the references without finalizing the structure. So waste your time. So you put your structure now, it's coherent. Now my building is strong. I have the pillars. I have all the pillars. And then after that, you go for the small windows and doors, which are defined editing. Now you're not going to change the first floor to the second floor. It's a big job now. You're now doing defined editing. After you structure your paper, after you've done it the proper way, now you can get the minor editing. You know how many times it takes? It takes a minimum of 12 times. This is the first time, that's the last time. Still there are corrections. And actually, what I advise them, they come with me and they get frustrated. Keep the versions with you. And they keep it on. Because they learn to see how much mistakes they've done. And they read the first paper, the last paper, and they see how the paper develops. Sometimes, actually, if you are full time, it may take us 3 to 4 days. I'm locked, I don't have anything else. It takes 3 to 4 days to finish the final process. Because I have to correct and then I correct and then again. And you have to close the door, very concentrated. You don't want that column to be missed, or a space to be missed, or a dot to be missed, or to put 2 dots. That's the way it is. And one of the greater writers said, I spent the whole half day and put a comment, and then I realized after half a day I should do it. I mean, I don't know, so it's tricky. Sometimes using the word, it's very good. Okay, and we can speak about the English language. I'm not going to suppress you down, but that's the way you should do it. Then at the end you can ask help of linguistics like that's what you have to do. Avoid jargon. And now I'll make some of this. This is why I didn't give you, by the way, the handout simply because I want you to think. I think it's not out there. Now I want a better statement here. It's well known that gold is heavy. Can you rephrase that? Gold is heavy. It's science. You know, it's jargon, right? You say, it's a statement, you say, it's nonsense. Say, gold is heavy. This is science. Why do you say it is mineral? You know that gold is heavy. That's a statement. That's easy to do. Instead of spending, getting 2 pages, you use half of that. All right? Another statement. It should be avoid jargon short. Raw topic correlations are a major contributor to increase more time. This is a very well known. So I want to show you for instance. You can replace by writing. What do you suggest? Or increase mortality. We agree with that. So raw topic correlations increase. That's not really called increase. It's just increase. Okay? I wrote it in this way. What are the police are major cause for death, or you can say cause increase mortality. So you can look to that sentence. What are the major contribution? It's a major cause. A major contribution to increase mortality. What are the causes are major cause of death? Very simple. Right? The experiment was performed by our team. What was you know what's happening there? The experiment was what? Actually, all medical writing, they used always in spreadsheet, and that's a tricky because I have a British guy, we always have this and that reverse. Lecture by believe. While they have read the paper in 5 to this time, indirect, and the editor, the reviewers came back to me and started changing to live. So instead of this, the new scientific medical writing, we stick to it. I mean, it should be direct, not through that. We did the experiment. We did the experiment. Why to say the experiment was performed by us? You understand? Make it simple. So no jargon, short, simple. All right. Okay. Here, for example, should be precise. If you say The study aim to, the study doesn't have an aim. We aim to. Something different is where we solve. Or, we don't usually believe in science, we use only a religion. We think. I'm not joking, I never, one of the reviewers I just said to myself, they were doing that. Thinking is science, thinking, what do you mean? What, you believe in science, why would you discuss this where you really want to be? But you got my point. Then, it should be consistent as I told you. Like, for example, it's English or American, it's Ema or Itima. English or English. You have to say that. And finally, I want you to it's not selected an investigator with considerable expertise in the field called sector. What's not clear? We selected an investigator with considerable expertise in the field called sector. So if I put comma here, if I put comma here, what does that mean? Who is experienced? We are experienced in selecting the investigator. But that's not what they really want to write. You want to write that Sami is the expertise. So we selected an investigator having considered expertise called Sami. So you got my point. So this is confusing. Who is the experience? Is it the man who selected or the man who selected? And the way to write it in the word here is like this. We selected an investigator called Sami who has considered expertise. Is that what it is? No, this is called finding. And sometimes because I get guidelines, I get the guidelines, the functional guidelines, but the see that if you see it, and I have to revise it, it's using full day just to look at the list and see. Okay? So, these again, this one is be simple, be direct, be straightforward, don't use jargon. And I talk about that, it's about accuracy, it's about the kangaroo again, because we have to know what we're speaking about. This, I mean, we thought kangaroo is actually is the name of an animal. But actually, what does it mean? We have to be precise and not be right. We think that people will understand us, and the easiest way is to give the answer to someone who is not in your field. And believe me, they will pick things. You will be surprised. That is confusing for them. Okay? A nice way is to give your own methods. Give you papers to nurses, and one of our colleagues, one is a nurse, and I know in Europe. So he gives his paper to his mother, just to tell them, oh, this is good, or this is the best one. He will believe it. Now, define your work. What is VIP? Very important. Or visual impaired person. All are VIPs. For a ophthalmologist, VIP is a visual impaired person. For a gastroenterologist, it's a type. For actually politicians, he's a VIP. So, don't use applications on this VIP. And now this summarizes for you what I discussed. So, optimal standards, and this is a book. I want to buy it's not expensive, I'm not a commercial. I like the language, it's beautiful. Mastering scientific and legal writing, if I did it from the good side, I think it costs, I don't know, I don't know, maybe 500 languages, maybe can get a copy of it, so maybe legal, but I may. I will enjoy this, and I enjoy it really so much. I just did it. So, the purpose should be obvious. The conformity should be a given format, very clear format. What you do. Accuracy, correct, precise, and precise. Consistency, you should use the same terminology to hold the paper. Don't change the terminology. I was recently asked to stick to the terminology and look into the RBC and the same terminology to the paper. Consistency and logical flow, you tell a story with a very message that is easy to understand. Context, you interpret your paper within the context of the science knowledge in a simple way. Structure should be balanced, respect the instructions, and the presentation should be clean and natural. By giving examples of each of these pillars and different discussions. Again, before submitting, this is my personal concept. Go. This is the good room. But you take everyone outside in the morning, you close the door, you start feeling your people in high voice that they think you are crazy. And always my people listen to me shouting inside the room. Why is that? Because sometimes you read things, you miss them by eyes because you miss it by the same mistake. But if you hear them, you will pick them. And you'll be surprised to see God pick up his door. That's before submitting. Before everything is okay and you're happy, you sit and read it once or twice. The Bible, we have it, and then you pick mistakes. So, what are the common writing mistakes? I've discussed some of them. All right? The common mistakes are long and complicated sentences. Be simple. We are not British, but we should write scientific. Believe it's not my favorite. One was Ashraf. They asked us to revise one word. I'm not British. It's messy. Recently, I have been people and said, if you are not English native, we need someone to revise your papers. So I have to go to one of our lectures, please can revise this paper because you're English native and I have to be honest with you. So, very minor suggestion. So, the other thing, you try to imagine. Speak fine. You're not really, it's not related to what you think or what you believe or what you hope. Just speak what's in the material. Be simple. Story is not clear, it's a common mistake. You have a clear message carried to the people. Full structure. Discussing something without something. You feel there is confusion, you jump from there to there. You have to have a very clear structure that flows very easy. Mixing results with discussion. This is a very common mistake right there. People are starting discussing the results. It's a result. We did this because of that. Anyway, the result this means that. This is the result. Just say this is the result, and the discussion should be separate. Discussion is what does it mean, not what did you find. Results is what did you find, not what does it mean. You carry sometimes, I ask you to carry this section and put it there. Or take this section, they put the result section, the third section, the result section sometimes. Well, this is better, not results, go back to it. So inconsistency, I see in the language, in the ideas. Use of specific terms. Some people, for example, use, I noticed very precisely, like, if you will speak about diagnostic tests, people start speaking about utility. Does that mean you know what utility you know sensitivity? What predictive value? Mechanical predictive value? Microbiology? Accuracy? Utility is a specific term. It's not used often. It's a specific economical term related to the cost. So people start using the term utility without understanding what does it mean. You understand that? So you have really to know exactly what is the term we should use. All right? And finally, over to the question. Use active. It's simple. It's easy. It's real direct. Sometimes you have to use the passive, it's okay, but not really. You should avoid passive. Yes. So, what's good? Scientific. Should be understandable, transparent, clear, credible, efficient, reasonable, and I'd like to tell you what actually trying to work, and it is work very nice for it. Most of the fundamental ideas of science are essentially simple, and they are all we expressed in a language comprehensible to everyone. So if I should find the staff, I think we should give it that. Try to express our ideas in this. Is that okay? Any questions? All right. Okay. what I said just now, we have two options. If you want, I can go directly to submission to take 20 minutes. If you want to go to the exercise, you can go to the exercise. Whatever you feel. You can go to the writing exercise initially, if you want. It will take 1 hour. Alternatively, you can do the submitting or to submit your paper. And depends on how you feel. If you feel really heavy, you take a lot of things. It's okay to go for the submission, or to how you submit the paper. You go for submission, and after that you go for the exercise. Submission will not take a lot of time, by the way, because it's a technical issue. Anyway, that's a quick talk, just a quick advice on mistakes in submission. You, the person who really submits paper, you know sometimes how to construct them. Maybe the website is not working, maybe the needs to be really very well. They will ask things in the middle of the process. I mean, you should prepare everything properly before you start. And then you submit the process, it will take 20 minutes, it may take maximum 1 hour. But you have to make that time because the moment you stop, you have to make it. Okay? So, now this is the structure you find. This is not the structure we write. You agree with it? So the final paper is like this: the title, a reason authorship, author, disclaimer, with any comments, abstract, keywords, benefits, we call it in right, which is introduction, methods, results, okay, and discussion. So that's the structure, but not the way we write. There are two approaches, by the way, because people think you write the paper, they start from A to Z. No, that's not. This is the final structure of a paper, and then after the entries, you put the acknowledgement, you put the references. And finally, if you need supplementary material, like authorship signature, scanning of your paper, and so exactly what they want from you, you give them this, what they want, right? Now, we again see this title again. I want to put this title in, it's important. This cross-conflict relations, cross-frequency publication, approved by all contributors, submit to one journal at a time, and research that. This is great advice you have really followed. Now, there is a checklist, and you can use this and you can really put it in front of you and you. Did you do this checklist? I said, spelling. And spelling again, as I showed you. The grammar. Does it make sense? Do the sentences and talk slow. Of course, you don't repeat the same. Sometimes I see a paragraph with repetition. Why not? Make it simple. We say it once. If the people won't really do, this is a written paper, they can read it again. You don't really need to repeat it again. They can read something. Can you write sentences briefly? Again. References. Order of this conditions is correct. This is a common mistake. People sometimes they put references that are not in the text, or they miss references that are in the text, and the sequence of references is not the same. You have to check that every reference you put is included within the paper. And also the number of figures. Sometimes they miss the number. They say figure 1 is figure 2. So check whether this figure is actually in this one. It's a common mistake. And please, two advices. Check the way you want your name to be written on the documents. Don't change your name because your citation will be different. For me, there is one paper, the authors wrote my name differently, people search it differently. They wrote Abu Zidan as A-B-U-Z-E-I-D-A-N. No one knows that. So, family name should always be the same. Choose your family name, choose your first name, and choose the second midterm name. Because sometimes when you, let's say Wang, there are a lot of Wang. One of the commonest mistakes in China, they write 2. And then you click on one author, you get 500 papers, but it's not the same author. And how can you know? You understand? So use exactly the first name last name and middle letter, so people know that this is the future. And check the name of the author. I had once a short note name, Abu Zidan, without a dash. And then why did you do that, Ashraf? Because now people will put my name as Zidan. You put a dash, it's Abu Zidan. You understand that? So it's very important, because at the end people may search for what you've written. You want to tell people you're really doing that. Check your research name, check your name properly. Be sure that it's the proper order, agree on the order before submission. Okay? If you change the order of names after acceptance, it's a big problem. Because it's a conflict with the author, conflict with the editor, you start struggling, you have to find that clean room before you send your submission. I'm just telling you from advice. There's a big fight between two of the authors in a single paper, and I gave an advice to one of my previous forget about collaboration. They've been struggling for 2 years. Who should be the first? Who should be the right to the quarrel and make sense to the dean? For what? You could easily say, I don't want to collaborate, and you have. And this is a very sensitive issue, especially for you as young worker. I know that many of the senior persons may not be trained in it. But it's very important to find the sequence of authors, check your name, before you submit your final version, not after acceptance, even worse. Okay? Now, this is what you're observing, and you can see you have to log in, it's confidential, don't give your code. Other one, they can draw your paper or whatever, it's a big problem there. And you see, you can here come as an author or as a reviewer. So, well, as an author, I was an author. So, the first thing you as you're evaluating the paper, you are submitting. So, the paper is submitted and then it goes to a reviewer. Usually, sometimes 2 reviewers, sometimes 5 reviewers. And it's a hell. I recently had 2 papers, 4 reviewers, and everyone wants something. And you have to get the balance. Sometimes this reviewer says do this, the other says do the opposite. Understand? Now, recently I had someone doing that. So you choose what to say. Hit them by each other. Oh, ask me to do that, and let the editor solve that issue. Understand that? So in reality, honestly, reviewers should be experienced, should know their area. A common mistake we have, and I will tell you the story. The pediatric area, we have pediatric lovers that achieve it took us a lot of time, and therefore it was a great paper because we were waiting for the data for 2 years. The moment the data was on the website of WHO, I told them, you write it within 1 month, it should be out. Because people can write it. It's a data open for access. And then the paper went off for 2 reviewers. And one reviewer did a great evaluation, great study, great people, great job. And others said, these people, their data is not updated. They have published the data 2010, and the data 2013 is already available. It rejects this method, it's useless. And then the way you react should be very balanced. But since I knew that I am confident in my statement, I went very tough. I told the editor, usually what does not understand sales. He doesn't know that it takes the WHO years for a paper to be published. And the data published in 2013 was actually the data of 2012. And the editor realized that this mistake was there because the rejections. So what I mean for that is this reviewer, he took a decision. If I was not experienced in my field and I could come back, he took a wrong decision in this judgment because he's not experienced. So I done some papers recently. I've been asked to review a paper which is not in my field at all. About we have an editor of a journal on cancer, and they send me a paper on tracking cancer. I never teach it. So please, I'm not experienced. I cannot judge this. You have to be fair with the author. You should be dedicated to your work. If you take a time to finish a job, you have to finish your job. You should be able to critically read the paper, evaluate it methodologically, and you should be active. It's not just to keep, because sometimes I've seen 50 students waiting for a paper, and if it's on the test for the reviewer for 3-4 months, I mean, this guy here has to pay money for this project. That's just 6 months waiting for you to approve it. And that's the difference between journals. Some journals stick to the review time, 1 and 2 are doing their job. Okay, and some journals do a great job. They say to you, I'm sorry, this paper is really not within the scope, it's nothing, you're sorry for that. Within 2 days. I understand. But now, we have another reviewer, editor actually. He kept the paper 8 months. And then he said, sorry, the data is old. I have worked in a very tough journal at the moment. You can do the project. This is available on the abstract. You will have the abstract, which you have. And exactly in which period. Why would you keep your paper 8 months on your desk without even that? Because, believe me, this reviewing is related to young people who are waiting to graduate. You cannot accept responsibility and just think that you are a great man. You have to do the job that you ask. Is that okay? I'm sure it's actually you're lucky maybe your master is not really good. For example, in Sweden, I have been studying a PhD student. The paper is related 3-4 times. So this is a great paper, but it doesn't go to the scope of the journal. So if you wait for 4 or 5 months, he wants to graduate. I mean, he's done the job, the paper is good. So either you accept the responsibility or you regard. If you accept the responsibility, you have to vote. Now, confidentiality is very important. And what I do actually, if I have a paper, I shred it. It's not my paper. Unless if I need it for a specific reason, I really have to protect it. No one should use it. Should be honest in your evaluation. Once I got a paper from Ezra, and I knew that I would not be fair in that specific thing, so I declined. You have to be honest with you. You cannot be. It's like a judge. You accept me, a judge, or you don't accept. I should keep that general. You got my point. So, never, as a reviewer say, this man is stupid, he does not understand. I have seen such a comment. And suddenly I wrote to the two reviews, not you. If you are not in a strong research report, you should have destroyed the research. You should really encourage people. Thank you for your hard work. You use research. You tried a lot. I think there are research methodology. This paper cannot be published in this form. Please do this. I wish you success, and that's the issue. Never criticize the guy and he's stupid. Ignorant. That's it, frankly. He doesn't know statistics. He doesn't understand. He criticizes on the paper with 13 comments. All of them are flaws. He doesn't know anything, actually. He doesn't know when to use justification. So, what can I do? I can try this form. This is a stupid man. He doesn't know anything. No, that's not real. I'm always saying that. You want the grapes or to fight with the garden? I want the grapes. I want my paper to be published. So, we talk the effort. Educating the reviewer within the paper. So we thank the reviewer for his criticism, his comment is so, and then we give him a reference, and that point is so and so. This is what statistics now. And then he actually, I'm sure he learned from us more than he reviewed. Because he knew things he never did. So be constructive, don't be distracted. Okay, that's very important. Don't feel arrogant. I am the authority on this. That doesn't matter. What you should do is really show the people the evidence from the literature. And now, anonymous or non-anonymous, now we're faced in a major problem in the review. They ask us to put our comments on the network after publication, so people know what are the pictures. And you have to be careful. You cannot attack a person. You have to be very scientific and polite. But critique cannot be delivered or be quiet. What is wrong? I think this is wrong. I think that's wrong. I think you know what? And it's up to the editor. I have a paper which is low quality. I told the editor this is published. Be published. It's their decision. They send it back. I told this is low quality. It's up to you to accept the reject. But I from a scientific point of view, I think these are the things. So your comments are there, and the paper is there. So you don't have to really evaluate the quality of the work. So now you wait sometimes for 8 months. I was waiting for 8 months for the decision. And you get a decision. You get 1 of 5. Accept, minor revision, measure revision, reject and submit, and reject. What's the most difficult one? Reject and submit. Okay. I can tell you it's sometimes having minor revision, it's in minor revision and it's rejected. It's happened actually 3-4 times with me, and it was not fair, and it was good because it was published in the literature. One of them is Ashraf paper about actually glutamic fasciitis, and the one was rejected and went to Abed. One of them was scapular fractures, which is one of the best studies. The only study studying the revision, and the reviewer said, "Oh, this is what in this papers," and he doesn't look at this yet. So all of them is a hell, but they tell you, accept it's all that's a great news, reject it's a great news. We finished that. Now, if you have minor evidence, you can do it quickly. You stop everything, stop writing everything. It's like a factory. Now this becomes your priority because you want to take rid of this paper, so then you go for it. So directly you start with the revisions, with a minor or major or whatever it is, and you stop all other writing because it's a process, you understand? This has to finish the other thing. So now you have to chop it. Okay? Now, it's very important as we described for you, the editor's responsibility is to be fair, to be non-biased, and to accept negative feedback. Alright? It's very important to accept negative feedback. And the editor is a man who knows exactly what he wants, but is quite sure whether he wants it. Sometimes you have to be part of what happens. Now, as a reviewer, there are papers which are good, but the authors may not be able to get it out. And these are great papers. The opposite, there are papers which are flawed, and the author in the language that you have to pick those and help those, and to stop the release until we are often get the flaws in these. Okay? And we have to accommodate negative studies. It's always important to accommodate that if they are really well established, you have to accept it. What matters is the design and the outcome, not the whether it's negative or not. And that's, I mean, I always call that for design. Do you want the grades or to fight with the gardener? You want the grades. So don't really fight with the gardener. If you do that, you just be happy. Oh, thank you very much for your great comments. You helped us a lot. But we did that and that and that. Oh, we follow that. As a principle, follow all the instructions of the author, whatever reviewers what they want, unless you think it jeopardizes it. I can tell you about a recent paper in which I insist. I know the reviewer is not really experienced research. He did not know the difference between cause effect and correlation or association. For example, road traffic accidents cause death. You can't maybe say death caused road traffic accidents. You understand that? But an association is different. A road traffic accident, you can make an association between femur fracture and head injury and femur fracture. Is that right? Because a fracture with femur does not cause head injury. Rather, head injury causes fracture with femur. They are both caused by road traffic accident. So you can't do any direction of analysis anyway. So this is not a cause effect. It's not dependent, independent. It's association. So A can be correlated to B or B correlated to A. And the reviewer insisted he wants the head injury as an outcome. The first time in my life I became stubborn. And I insisted I wanted to do the way, and I tried to explain for him that association is different from cause effect. It's very clear in my mind, but it's not clear in his mind. And he returned the paper 3 times. So at stage, I said to the editor, please take a decision, accept or reject. I'm really fed up with this. But the editor was kind and knowing, he said, please, Fikri, sit down with him and try to accumulate the comments. Then I sat with myself and said, okay, it doesn't matter. I know it doesn't matter A or B. I just think I will do the correct thing. And I did the analysis as you said. So even for an experienced writer, the shortest and safest way that would have saved my time is really accommodate reviewers' comments if they are right. You understand that? And try really to go down a little if there is nothing wrong. If there is something wrong, you reject that. You say this is wrong. You understand? The other thing, you answer all the points. Don't hide your hand like an ostrich. There are 5 points. Some people I can't even review, they don't even write the comments I wrote. They say they don't answer that. And you should really rebut in a polite way. I think this comment, I do not agree with that. I completely disagree. I respect the comments, but and so you rebut or you change. My advice: follow the changes as much as you can. So please make the reviewer please so he accepts your opinion. Don't fight it. And you acknowledge their effort. We thank the reviewers for their excellent hard work. You know, our papers, but we thank them again. I hope they will accept. And be very soft. Don't be so arrogant. I mean, you correct. I am the authority on this. You have to listen to me. That's not the problem. He's actually judging you. It's not the opposite. So even if he doesn't like it, I would say, but some of the editors I see rejecting our kind of maybe have 1/4 of my experience with the right. They make me disagree. I know that this is the right. And you have to accept the decision. Someone who has never been there, he has the right to. The author, the editor has the right to reject your paper even if it's a good paper. Because it's his right, it's his right. And someone, I guess, is going not to I guess goes into a house. Someone permits him to go in, someone it's up to him. So the final decision is for the editor. So you have to play with this trick. It's not a right for you. It may be a good paper. This is an excellent paper. Thank you for this. Great paper. The comments, 3 comments of the reviewers are great. But I'm sorry, we cannot accommodate. You cannot fight with this situation. That is finished. Rebut with evidence. Even it's rare, but I don't really advise it with really strong evidence that the argument of the review is wrong. Rejection was pulled out. But this is for experience people. Don't do it in the initial stage. People have rejected the other journals and just learn from what they. But finally, I mentioned that point. You can actually teach your client. Don't do it. Teaching the client. So he gets backed up and he really acknowledges that Now, sometimes it comes to this. Like it's reject and resign. And you see 2 pages of brilliant stuff, sometimes annoying. My first advice to you, close the papers for me. This is my advice. You just close because it's very annoying, especially if you don't know what you're doing. You get really frustrated. Just close it for you. 24 hours. Then, because he has given you the chance to resubmit, you revisit it after 24 hours. And it is a very nice technique because you know the mouse cheese technique. Eating cheese technique. What you do, this is a very nice technique for this papers. I do it usually. So I have a paper which is really a lot of questions, and they are difficult questions. Some questions will take 1 day, some questions will take days. So if you have other, and this is the time you learn. And you start attacking the questions that you can address. And you address this question. Maybe 3 1 you fall up with all of the topic, you answer all the questions. But don't be that hard. Use this simple to keep attacking questions. Either have a question, reading about the question actively, but in a way that you really indulge the paper from different quality. The cheese. Nowadays, if you can, this is more than some of our papers, accept measure the minor agent. So you get the different. The worst is iteration. I mean, we are working in a very in our writing. I personally, this is people may not have maybe think I'm arrogant, but I never give a paper in the question because I worked before with the comments that come was not that risky large. So it's actually related to a real problem in our life. So I just keep submitting. Till someone tells me, okay, but do this. Okay? So, but you can really read the comments if there are mistakes you have to change them. If you've done really something serious you have to change them, you have to read the comments and act if needed. Rebut wisely if you can rebut. Change only if needed. You can now decide, shall I go higher? Go back. Same impact. Lower impact. You decide. So if you accept this car goes to half its price, 50% its price, 20%. So you try to go down, bargaining till you really get a good job, and you keep trying. Never lose hope. You should be persistent. Even if the paper is rejected, go on, not you miserable, you should be fine. That's what really always keep your paper on the evidence system. The moment it's rejected, within 24 hours, it should be on another evidence. It takes 2 or 3 months. So if you keep it on your desk 2 or 3 months, that's double the time. You have to overcome this feeling of failure and overcome it. Redo it. Just get it from your way and look for another. Finally, you have the proofing. Once it's accepted, they will send you the journal. You have really to read. For example, you have to change this. I found like the two things is wrong. Generalizing and model should be general. So you proof it and you change it. It's silent. You need to print it carefully before the final publication. Once you sign it, you cannot change. That's it. And the error will be there all the time. And we call that proof. This is an example. For example, each question you write exactly what you want to say, etc., and you describe exactly what you have done, changes at this line, so you exactly what you want to change, you pick a message that was received, and then finally these changes will go into the final version which you want to change. Now in the new system, you have 2 variants. After acceptance, after packaging, it can be changed online and out. So online is actually downloadable, but we don't have a page number. But the hard copy has a page number. And some journals now don't have page numbers, they just are only online. And that's useful. What I suggest, I mean, if you actually maybe now can give us is summing it out, then maybe can have a copy and then we start extracting it. We can illustrate your he will sum it up because he will show his experience of work. So you will almost play this question message.
السلام عليكم. This is a real life. We try to publish papers, and we learn a lot from this Fikri. Thank you. And then, alhamdulillah, we publish a lot of papers. And I hope it will benefit everyone. We have this Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. He said, إذا مات ابن آدم انقطع عمله إلا من ثلاث صدقة جارية أو علم انتفع به الله. And what this means is that when some of Adam dies, his work will discontinue except for three things. First, ongoing charity, like building hospitals, schools, and then the benefits will continue after your death. The second is like writing. One of them is a medical writing. Okay. The third thing is a good someone who will pray for him. So this is the three things. The benefits will continue even after your death. And one of them is writing and medical writing. So the scope of medical writing, when we are starting writing, you can write to report what you are going to report to local authority, to government. This is one kind of report. The other for conference, in posters, and oral presentation. And then we go furthermore for journal articles, and this is a different type: original research, review articles, case report, and research for them. One of the most important things is careful planning. Careful planning is very important. It is, you have invested your time. It is your time. Many of us, we have other responsibility to family, in work. So it is your time, and it is, you should plan very carefully. First, as Professor Fikri explained, you have to have a definite research question. You have to formulate the research question, so you will not lose time and effort. And then you sit together with your colleagues and put a plan. And then you agree who will do this. Everyone will have a role in publication. No one to go and to do everything, and other people will benefit from his work. And then after agreeing, you start working. And you can accept criticism. You have to be open-minded and to be away from bias. And don't forget ethical issues. You have to work ethically. You have to be honest and to get the proper data, and to agree to publish even if the data gives a negative results. In writing the paper, it's better to be in a simple way, simple words. Familiar words to everyone. So no jargon, and be specific and logical. And as they are telling, say what you mean and mean what you say. Then you start as a team. This is the line group. As you can see in their eyes, insistent. Everyone knows what he wants to do. He knows his target. We are attacking the subject, the project, and then we are working together. Teamwork is the stage. I would like to give you 3 examples from papers we published already and how we proceed with the publication process. This is one paper we published about bicycle-related injuries of hospitalized patients in the United Arab Emirates. It started the idea with, cycling is not that much famous in the United Arab Emirates, because most of the people know about, what they know about cycling is a sport, it will promote health, but in our country it's very common. weather, and no one really is practicing cycling. But we know a lot of people coming with severe injuries, road traffic collisions, they are really riding bicycle. And to know the situation in our country, in the United Arab Emirates, it is a high income development country, and there is a lot of reconstruction and many workers coming from other countries to help in this, and most of them of low income people, and they are using cycling as a cheap way of transportation, going to work and coming. So we noticed this, and we said, okay, let us see. We need to study the anatomical distribution, severity, and outcome vascular-related injury in our country, in UAE, Al Ain City. Okay, in Al Ain Hospital. So this is our aim. It was clear, and we start collecting data over 4 years, and we involved all admitted patients. The patients who admitted to the hospital, we collected the data, the demographic, ISS, hospital stay, mortality, and we start to analyze. Then what we have found that around 60% of injured people were from Indian subcontinent, because mostly those are the workers coming in the construction sites, and only 17% were from UAE. We noticed also that there was a great difference in age. The mean age was around 30 years in the non-UAE national, and those are the workers using the bicycle, not the local people. Really, the local people, the age was only in the childhood, 15 to 19. Also, we noticed that most of injury occurs around 12 o'clock midnight, and this is the time when the workers coming back home, it's the hospital, tired all the day, and going to home, and then we have this accident on the injuries mostly in the lower limb, most of the injuries there, followed by head. And then most of the injuries were due to moving vehicles. And we start to see, is there any kind of prevention helmets we are using? And we were surprised. No one was using helmet bicycling. And that's why head injury was severe. So we concluded that the majority of hospitalized injured cyclists were low-income adults using cycling as a cheap transportation method. And we suggested that compulsory helmet use by bicycle riders and subsidizing helmet use should be adopted. And we suggest to avoid cycling when people are tired. They are coming home using their mobile, they are not concentrated, and they are not seen by the driver, the car driver, in the dark, and then we have this. Okay, so this is the first step. We present this in one of international conference at Al Ain. And actually, we won the prize of in the injury prevention section, second international conference, and from management at that time. And then we start thinking about publishing in the journal. So we presented there in the conference, and this is the next step. We are trying to get it published in a good journal. We think it is a good data in the area, in the Gulf area. It's the only one there. No one knows before about this item. Then we said, okay, accident analysis and prevention. This is one of the top aging prevention and public health job, which is number one. Okay? And we submitted our data. After we did our best, Professor Fikri is writing everything very, very critical. And then this was the title, vascular-related injuries of hospitalized patient in a high-income developed countries, which is United Arab Emirates.
You know why you use high? It's just for educational. I could have used in United Arab Emirates, and it will attract these people. But if I say in a high developed income country, all will become the fact that they will be interested. Actually, I've been recently wrote an article, 8 years training in United Arab Emirates. They literally throw out, say, factors affecting outcome of the training without that, because the citation of the So that's why we use in the high income countries in the United Arab Emirates.
And I'm writing the dates. So we submitted on 25th of August, 2000. Okay. And in December, around 4 months, we have this reviewer. They sent us the reviewer comments, and they said we have to answer the reviewer comments within 1 month and to resubmit on 6th of January. Okay, so after 1 month. Okay, this is the first reviewer. This is this comment. The paper requires many improvements, both in content and language. This language, you will find it everywhere. Whenever you are sending a paper, they will send it back. Language is not good, even for people who are originally speaking English, but the same comment will come. Okay, and then
don't be affected by that.
Yes. Title is misleading. He said, no, I don't want to be in a high income country. UAE is not a representative of high income countries. You have to write it United Arab Emirates.
Well, actually, this is a mistake because by WHO, you define income by income. You define so he doesn't know what is high income country here. If you go scientifically, if it's more than I think $30,000 American dollars, considered 30. There's a clear definition. Well, what's high income? He doesn't know that definition.
Okay. So, and of course, introduction is proof, conclusions are similar to others. This is the first reviewer. The second reviewer.
So we have to change the Roman country to United Arab Emirates. We'll see now. We change it like that.
I'm trying to show you what is really happening in the real life. So then this is the second reviewer. He said this is a good idea. Please see the detailed review in the edited PDF copy provided. And actually there was no attached PDF.
No, it was not that we had a problem because this is the positive reviewer and we answer him, we have much better advantage of if we can accept it. So we can't
We start to send the email, please send the comments to the reviewer, and then they give only 1 month for us. So at the end, what we did, we wrote to the editor-in-chief. We told him, we have now answered the concern and the comments of the first reviewer. Shall we resubmit our revised manuscript according to the comment of the reviewer one alone? So we asked the editor-in-chief. Okay, this is the same reviewer. What he said? He said, I did say he hasn't responded, so I will do. Okay, so he allowed us to submit, and we answered only one question.
Was the bad reviewer? I think it's technical wrong mistake. Anyway, yeah.
Then, 23rd of February, we have as you see here, we changed the title to bicycle related injuries. The patient is a right target. We didn't fight for that. Okay, we changed it peacefully and we wrote it as we go, United Arab Emirates. And then the reward comments, they said we are advising against the publication of our book, and essentially because major criticism of the original paper have not been adequately addressed, and therefore this is from the editor-in-chief. He said, I must check. He rejected the paper because we didn't have the comments of the second review. Okay. So, according to, as we used to do with Professor Fikri, we said, and then we decide to send the paper, the article to another journal. Within less than 1 week, we send him to NG. NG is well known international journal. And we
Actually, I
all aspects. So this is very backtrack.
2.2, that one is 1.6.
Yeah.
But in its field, accident and supervision is the highest. But injury has a higher impact factor than accident. So it's a better journal for us.
So it is a better journal.
So when tired, we didn't go over.
Then we have the answer by the first. We send it to German. Once we have the rejection,
1 month.
we send it back. And they answered after 1 month. What they said, they advising to revise our manuscript and to send it back within 1 month. Again, okay. So we look at the reviewer complaints. The first reviewer, interesting study, which you need to know the English need typing of English again, and then spelling and grammar errors. Okay, no problem. It's a good reviewer. Second reviewer, well written, interesting paper on an important topic. The data does add to the growing international literature. The discussion is good, but too long. Table, they want to change. And so we show the discussion, we remove the table, we leave the reviewer, and by May, I'm pleased to tell you that new work has now been accepted.
So did you see the difference between the two? Actually, the first one was unfair, but you have to accept it. You have to argue with it. Next, we said, we took marks now, we succeeded. So we didn't go lower, we went higher, because we are confident this is the first thing somebody succeeded. It's a good step.
And then we use again, sometimes mistakes in names, sometimes mistakes in tables and figures. So we have to review it critically, and then it has been published in Edge. Alhamdulillah. So this is one. I want you to be insistent and okay, you believe what you are doing is good work, can be published and you have to go for being another example. Professor Fikri, one day information coming to us, and he was fixing some big tire, and the tire exploded. He's a 34-year-old, and then he came unconscious, tachycardic shock, and this is the way the picture of this patient. The intestine is broken out, and his arm almost amputated. He was integrated, resuscitated, operated, or the section within an colon, and then this patient he died within 7 hours. And then Professor he said, okay, we can publish as an image because the picture of this image is really, and it was published as an image. This is the first. I'm showing you how ideas going up. You can start with a small idea, and then you are publishing news and paper from the same idea. So this idea, after that, I'll give you a short how it happens. Actually, this the tires, 8 tires, when it ruptured with an explosion, this is a shock wave. This explosion will cause this rain. They are calling a loading rain. It will go away, and then it will hit anything in front of it. Go with a very high speed. This will depend on the pressure inside the tires, and then you can hit anything in front of it. And the small box also, it will go like a missile with a high velocity. It can affect any part. This loading rain, it causes wound in the abdomen and amputation. And then this is what we call the primary injury with the pressure wave, high pressure wave that can broken the bones and can cause many damage to the air-containing organs like lungs and intestine. And this secondary injury part this projectile from the type, and the third is the patient being thrown away from this pressure, hit the ground or the wall, and actually it is safe. So we said, okay, let us review the literature to see if this injury is there. We found that it is a fatal and severely deforming injury occurring during tire surgery. And the injury depends on the tire size and contained air and the distance. You know, some bystanders, while the mechanic is fixing the tire, they are standing behind it. If these tires, big tires, especially with containers and big pressure, it can injure the bystander, not only the mechanic who is fixing the tire. So we said, okay, let us see what is in the literature. We found a few papers and we collected all the injured patients and we wrote a review of it and it was published in April. This is the second paper. Third paper, this is third one, we said, okay, let us see how many patients we have having the same engine. The same, those people in fixing these kind of tire. And if we have, so we start writing, collecting data, we need our objective, our aim, was to study the mechanism changing clinical outcome of patients involved in large tire classes. And this, it took us around 6 years to collect data. We collected data about the presentation, mechanism of injury, management, and outcome. And as you see, there were 7 patients only because it's the red injury, but it's work-related injury. Most of them, no one was informed about the patient, especially from time to have 8 other injuries, but no one informing about. Most of them admitted to ICU, and 2 of them died. So we concluded that diagnostic having mobility and mortality, and we need to increase the awareness of this serious problem, essentially for bystanders, where they are standing beside this, and this is a preventable injury. And actually, what they are doing, usually they are fixing the victims from this cage, or sport safety cage, to prevent injury to the people with cancer. Okay, so this is from one idea. We have 3 papers, and we're coming one by one. So I give you the third example. This is in the this is something for the first time. One patient, he came, he fought from and he had a general abdominal pain, tender and vital signs stable, and then on CT scan, we found this here. This is a free because you are not okay. Then the other, there is some fluid here. Okay, there is some abdominal pain. We went to the radiologist and we asked him, are you sure this is a free X? He said, yes, it's free X. I said, okay. So we got him to theater, and this is what we found. We did a presented there, here and here, and we did some resection and so on, but there was no information. The radiologist, they told us there is a free air, but there was no information. Okay, so it was, I don't know, as if there may be some mistakes. Again, on the same week, that small child, 5 years old, he came with all of 3 objects over him, the doctor called the child. Came on with abdominal pain, with some tenderness, blood pressure is low, but after 5 weeks they will improve. And on the CT, as you see here again, 3 days. Okay, and there is something in the liver with fluid. Okay, we know that this child, if we are taking him to theater, definitely will remove the fluid. So what to do? Again, we went to the radiologist. Are you sure this is a free air? This is a free air? This is this? Positive. Okay, now it will come to the surgeon to take a decision. If you get this patient for observation, anything happen to him, all the people will blame you. Why you get this patient with free air? So, but at the end, we look and say, okay, we saw one patient before, and we can see how we will do this. And then we get him in ICU, and actually nothing happened to him, and he was shot within 1 month. He was hospital without pain. So we said, let us review the literature. Is there anything written in the literature about this? We found few articles. And they claim that the CT scan now is oversensitive for free air. It's not like X-ray. X-ray, you can get more. If you have a lot of hair inside, you can get it in X-ray. But in CT scan, you can have it with a few millimeters. But is it free air? Really, is it free air? And then we don't know about it. Yeah, as I said, we don't know. Is it really worth the study?
Just Ashraf came to me. He's actually working for Fikri, and still want to do the research travel and we go there. I see patients. I personally do not believe that. I told him, are you sure of this? Please check it to the radiologist. And he said, yes. Then, okay, take it to the radiologist of our other oncologist. They said, yes, there is free air. So this was a fact people really were not aware of. We used to often anyone with free air in the area. They said, okay, now this is really, this is independent research that came from us. That's very good. And then see how we progress to right. It took 2 years to really go. That's the real acknowledgement and the quality.
Then we start stepping together to say what is the aim, evaluate usefulness of freedom, and detect by CT scan and diagnosis without perforation in lung trauma patient. Is it really useful when we see free air in the CT to say that this patient having perforated perforation? And we collected all abdominal CT scans of lung trauma patients during this period, around 3 years. And we compared it to the clinical follow-up. I mean, we had almost 400 patients and 419 patients. They had CT scan for trauma, lung trauma. And 4 patients had lung perforation. 21 or 5% of patients had free intraperitoneal. Only 2 of them having true perforation. The other 19 patients, they don't have any perforation. But in the CT scan, there is free intraperitoneal. Okay, so we compare both the 2 groups. We thought those people, those patients with false positive and the 2 positive cases, and we compared. We found that the size was in negative cases was very small. This is that not apparently as well, but less than 10 millimeters. Thickness, so we are calculating by the thickness of the CT cast. And the sign of error also to have for the negative, it will be right hypochondrian, but in the positive cases, it is more than 2 sides of the abdomen. And some of them are multiple, and some are safe. So this is our results. And then our limitation, we have to clarify the limitation of study. It is a retrospective study. It is not a prospective study. And this is our conclusion that we enter the air from the evidence CT scan of lung trauma patient was unreliable. Calculation at 5 weeks for power perforation. And the decision for laboratory should be combined clinical and laboratory. Okay, then we submitted to ALE. 4 times because of time. Another story there. First, actually, the reviewer, we have very constructive comments at that time, and they helped us to improve the paper by their comments and the advice to repeat the analysis. First, we did the analysis for 19 patients. We said don't involve this whole numbers of 400 patients, the positive cases, which was not detected by the CT scan. So I have to go and talk to you the theater, the operation, how many patients proved by CT scan on the CT level. We didn't recognize clear, but clinically we found that the patient having peritonitis was operated and the nodal was operated. This was not clear in the CT scan. So they helped us to improve our paper, and they was published in this prestigious injury. So this is some example. Whenever you are writing and submitting paper, you will gain more experience, and the most important thing is to be consistent and continue working, and you will get a good result. And now this knowledge is not only locally, it will go to all the world. This, for example, this new article, it will be, everyone will read, surgeon will read, they will refine their decision, and everyone will benefit from it. So, alhamdulillah, this is thank you.
I think what happened is that we wanted to report a case series of patients with free air and how we were managing. The reviewer insisted it should be a diagnostic test. You know, diagnostic test you have to categorize by four categories: true positive, false negative, true negative, false negative. That means you need a cohort. And you have to go through the whole cohort of patients that had CT scan in their results and follow them up and see what happened in the CT scan. And actually improve the paper, but the reviewer was so strict from a statistical point of view that I was surprised with his ability to think as a statistician. And we use certain techniques that are not used in the literature because our literature was produced by it's not all produced. And it was persistent on us, taking even small things till the paper became out. I didn't know who is this guy. I only realized him after publishing another paper, which is modern, it's dealing with statistics. And then I found someone who writes for me very critical, pretty sticks. I was shocked. And all of that. I said, who's this guy? Who really is so good. So I went into another process, a lengthy process. It's another paper published on factors of the mortality. And it's really very sophisticated statistics. And then he told me, this is wrong, this is wrong, this is wrong, do that, do that, do that. So it took me some time to do it. And then I said it to him, oh, there is a mistake, this command should remove zero, this should be that. So he came very serious that I was keen really to know who's this guy. And it turned out that he's Professor Briscoe, who was the authority in Edinburgh with more than 400 papers and a book on the modeling of mind. So he turned out to be very simple. He even taught me things that I was so grateful that this is. So sometimes you should listen, don't be arrogant. You always learn and you learn in any age. Now it's your decision. We have now exercise to write abstract. It's what you want. I will not be able to revise it for you. Alternatively, I can correct. You can usually I correct or you should be. So what I suggest, if you want, you can finish the lectures and you can go home in a class. And then anyone who asks me, sends me exercise, I will send you by so anyone who sends me his abstract, I will send him my abstract so you can. I don't promise you. But I promise you to prepare the original abstract of this and maybe we can take the small lectures that are how to present the paper and final advice. Okay, so let's take the next semester. I think I can finish this last 45 minutes. So we finish on time. So after we come, all what I told you is there, but you will not take this unless you fill for me the questionnaire. I don't want you to flatter me, honestly. I want to be honest with you because I'm going to run this workshop soon and you have to do it. And soon, like I told you, I trust me. The first thing I learned, it should be 2 days, too much for 1 day. We should have one actually. And I've learned certain things that you learn. I'm sorry for that. I think this hour is so my suggestions for you, I promise you, this is not time something to go. I need 25 minutes just to finish the faculty. You fill the form, I need you type feedback, take your paper, take your money. And you need to have this in my talk and here. Anyone who needs advice, I'm happy to give advice, but I cannot promise to be involved in this sessions. I cannot do that. At least for me, you do your best to write it. So at least you have an experience in it. Excuse me? Oh, yeah, this is the card. It's here. My card, business card is here. I left it for you. Anyone who's interested can take a copy. And you can actually contact me. I can help you for advice. I never say no for advice, but sometimes to, sometimes committing yourself to accept a scenario. Not commit because you have a limit. I have few people are supervising overseas, so I cannot, they are priority. You learn over research, don't delete your efforts. Concentrate on the people progress in research. Now I hope you can get a mentor. I'm sure you if you cannot get a mentor, I was like, try to go for courses. For example, in Netherlands, I received the research. There are courses, 1-week courses in research methodology, statistics. You can build it slowly. Try to get any chance around you. And maybe they run some courses. Evidence-based research courses in Central Library. So you have to think those because these are very critical writing is different from research, by the way. You can do excellent research, but you can't make a lot. I have to appreciate it. Okay, so let me come and then come in 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Start 5 minutes.
Yeah, how are you?
How are you? Hey, you.
Belum nanti. Tapi I pesan dengan pakai.
Okay. Yeah, it's like you have one. I'll show you. I'll show you how you can.
I don't have this one. My phone is charging. Just give me all your. Okay.
Belum. Ini dia tidak dulu.
Guna apa ni ya? Nak yang video dance juga.
You dance.
Alah, video art camp.
Oh, boleh.
This is mine, this is mine.
But I don't know if this Usman gonna upload.
Oh,
But I can upload my website, no problem. Because now he manage the backend. So
so I think hari tadi aku sudah cakap, you nanti nak bagi tak boleh bagi. So that's why I tanya balik lah. Kalau tak nak boleh.
no, I can. Of course lah. It's quite fun actually.
I can always I must upload my
I will.
Facebook pun anyway.
You have YouTube account?
Ya ada. Tapi my YouTube account macam because there's a lot of things I upload to internet.
Oh.
Macam video bodoh tu macam.
You watch Zidan MD?
Tak.
He always does this kind of thing.
Yeah, I buat I baru macam start dengan video editing ni lah. So there's a lot of macam stupid video.
Yeah, I'm sure. What's your website? Where's your browser? Your browser. Yeah. Actually, I don't have anywhere. I can connect to Iris. See, you can watch this thing live. You just go to our page, the yellow. She comes. Oh no, we are not on the first page. But there's no space between this. Oh, you have autocorrect. It's too long, right?
So this is the one.
This is the size. So, it's our age. Oh, you want to interview the immigrant still, right?
Not tahu lah.
No.
Seorang yang sangat ask me to start reacting.
Huh?
Seorang yang ask me to start reacting.
When?
Anytime I need to search for association.
When did she start?
During the last day.
Yesterday. And what? What's that? As you get it, support me. These are top performances. But just now, you can watch it live on this. Not everything on the morning. Only, conference, I haven't uploaded this on YouTube. Later I will crop lah the video. Crop part I mean
Your bosses
will
are still
to crop.
my presentation.
No, mana?
Ah, you want to see.
Oh no. I need to crop it early.
Today was it. Never I want to see your
Actually, like if you want to continue articles, like say you want to write article, to disseminate the information. So yeah.
She gave me a chance to connect with. I also have
Chili oil.
the other one is it was Fatima.
Fatima. Oh yeah, she's speaking, right?
Fatima is
Oh yeah, this one. I'm sure they want to hire you. Probably the thinking of that. Okay. Sampah dia. Orang sikit mati mati online. Atau aku nak beli yang segway yang ada benda baru seperti selama aku ada tu dia berdiri. Betul. Aku go to sebuah hospital untuk advancement. I think the best hospital yang saya lah kalau kau buat sebab dia boleh get all the doctor plan dan so ada berapa what between all the estate all the
for an idea of workshop, how to present. Very important here, it's not related to writing, but it is an important communication. Right? Okay. So, why do we use illustration? It's really to make our papers or our presentations much simplified. So they are actually illustrations. So they are really trained or teach. You have to keep that constant. The objective is to simplify. Either you want to carry a set message, or you want really to highlight things, explain things, so people can get to idea. For example, this is a patient who had a body that went through and through that tissue vessels. He had a so you can add images to X-ray and the diagrams to illustrate what you want to describe why you are actually doing it. Now this is another example in which one person is operating. And you can see here, it's really difficult to see what you want. Unless you focus, this was one of the criticisms of Hassan Ashari. When this gave for one person who was really doing it, he's right. I mean, if I send this, the list is very focused, What I'm showing, actually, this is like a trauma and infected and then the multi-factors to consider. Okay. So, you have always to think in a way. I have, for example, show a film. Starting from when you show the or resuscitation. It's more shocking. So the objective here is to connect knowledge with a mate. You understand that? But if I want really to describe what happens in a long-term condition, I can easily show a picture with someone, one of the people who are really showing the person jumping from the front glasses, broken glasses. I've just seen this recently in the document. That if you are taking a glass and someone does this building, you need front the glasses. Okay, so it shows you dramatically, but it doesn't analyze the science. Once I discover the students in talking back, I use a PowerPoint presentation I have drawn because I want to see the thinking process. So, for example, say, okay, there's a front and back collision, the energy is transmitted, it hits the heel, goes to the knee, then you get knee dislocation, the femur may go muscle fracture, and then the hip can dislocate. So I'm using it, I'm controlling it, you see? And after that, immediately with the energy go forward, they may have the chest or the see? So it's much easier for the thinking process to be controlled than to be seen. So think about it. Very important. I like to have animations in most of the cases presentations. I have really real animation that shows that someone who's been actually real patient thrown through actually has an asking to present to an ultrasound. And I was prepared to do that. In the lecture, then I think, why is that? If he asks, he wants to do more than. So if you go ahead with it, this is exactly I was supposed to read this presentation. But the other part you can and next time, actually attracts people more than really saying someone has done to front more than glass because you imagine. Now it shows. Okay? This is actually two people, one with a seatbelt, diving, and one Egyptian guy came just from inside. And they were coming, driving from China to LA. And then this driver man, he slept. So what happened? So the car here, and this guy went to see, so it's actually, you are actually taking the time to draw this and to animate the very much what has happened. In never motion, this is actually, it's actually description of what happened. It's some time, but it's more important that you can actually control it. So you decide, you may decide to write a front seat passenger was hit from the front and it was brought into the for his weight. People will imagine. But if you want to see the biomechanism, which I'm interested in, I have to go through step by step because here there are a lot of things. One back, decelerate, we continue in the same speed that another to go to back, putting the seatbelt what will happen. So really you can interact with the showing the video and modify. That's one way. And okay, now, so medical illustrations are they are made for a purpose. And many people actually start putting a lot of colors, a lot of backgrounds, and relevant at all to what they read. And preparing nature needs a lot of thinking. What do I want the people to understand? So you work on the learners, not on the presenters. How can I make them understand? Now, if you go now and you want to prepare your slides, you have to think about things. The letter and the back. So, if If you look at these backgrounds, let's say we're looking at the color, which color would you choose? Can you choose one of these? You see, what do you want? Black over blue, black over yellow, red over black, black over red. Which one would you choose? Which one would you wouldn't choose?
Yellow one.
Which one? Can you tell me one that you don't like and why?
Yellow one.
White and yellow. Which one? White and yellow. Why? Something. See, any other one that you don't like? Black and oh, black and red is not good. You see, it doesn't work. It's not. That's anything. Blue and red. Black and this one. You see, this one reverse. These two are not complete. So you see, the first thing you should be asking yourself: is it clear? And I mean, you can't do different here. I mean, if it's black, yellow, white over black is very clear. And white over black is good. And people use usually black and white. This has a problem. If it's a very finish like what I'm doing, I can assure that many people will start going to the class. Because it's very shy. Very shy. I mean, I didn't put it here because I think we have a beautiful class size. It's good for short presentations. Most people really will have rested. It's continuous and shine, too much shine. You want to take off this shine from the parts. Okay? Alternatively, I can use white over black. What's the problem? Let's say I'm taking off the light, and I make white and black, and I do for 2 hours. People will sleep. I will lose eye to eye with that. See, I'm not. It's one of the tricks that I'm showing today. I'm trying to look into that in each. So each of you is I'm looking taking care of. It's a very important step. Everyone, if you are a good speaker, everyone should think this man always taking care of you, so you get that. Even they don't speak. Okay? Because they are hiding. So, the research is not sensational. I'm happy to say that I have 6 papers about legal illustration and usually to people in my watch. 3 hours, theory plus practice plus it's different. Various slides, different slides. So if you look here, first thing you want to test. Up, you can use any of these people, for sure. But actually, the literature has shown that the best actually is blue. This is very nice. Not green, because green of red colors. It's not very shiny like red, it's not very dark like red. Because red is black. You get annoyed, you get nervous. Okay, you can put blue over, yellow over red. But it's really red by nature means passion, anger, nervousness. It's not like psychology. So you want to make the listener relaxed. And the best they found actually used to put an audio. I have these 2 slides by I mentioned it to them. This is the one. We have to use Azure, then we used to graph on the computer, but still very young to do that. We didn't have smartphone computers, then you can see the selective process. Before we used to, I used to paint the slide, each slide is over 4 hours. They have brushes and geometries. So to be using because we used to photograph the black slide, and it becomes white over black. And then you take a brush, horsehair brush, and start painting each of these slides. I have some mistakes. It used to take for me one presentation. First presentation I did, I used to type by a hand. The presentation I wrote Reduced to type is in 1 month and just 4 seconds. So you type on a card, you grab the card, this picture, but as you type it, you have to get the white paper, black type, you put it in the diagonal, so it becomes blue and white. That is blue background, that is white background, but it adds. Then we developed the computers, computer compatibility. Now you have everything is on you can make. Some people, which is I don't want you to do, they copy from the website. You know that this is not. They are not themselves talking. I'm thinking for myself, so I'm presenting myself, so it's passionate. Okay. So you know this yellow over blue, blue over yellow. Yellow over blue or white over blue are the two principal ones. And what I advise, always use the yellow as the top, then you use the white. Now, in the slides, you can get the shadow because it makes the paper look, makes the paper more clear. You see this one? You understand? Okay. Now, sometimes you can identify, sometimes I put very large. I never put background pictures. They take off. People come with something, telephone, what has to do with it? Has nothing to serve education and message. Actually, science is simple, and the slides should be simple. Your slides will not replace your weakness in the science. Your slides are meant to simplify the science and the fact. Good that message? Okay. Now, and I told you here, and you can use it, I don't use it. This is that, because it is related to, I mean, you can use this, these are others, but never use red over green or green over, because quarter of the men, or 10%, are color blind. So you lose 10% of the audience by refusing this. They don't know what you're speaking. And please do not use red over green or green over red. This is contrary. The others I accept white over black, black over white. Okay? The others are really very good. I can't do them, but the red, very blunt. I use it, actually, you notice my, if I want to highlight the point, I get it yellow over red shining, so people get element. Occasionally in a more important message. You understand? So I know this is for the bloody, I want the green. But not the whole slide. Is that clear? Now, which one of these is the common mistake? Which one of these, how would you write your title? You see some papers that are called that. So which one will you use your capital? Number 1, number 2, number 3. Why would you? I mean, which number 2 actually speak? You can understand very well. Oh, which one will you use? Usually I use the last one. You will why? Anyone will use the first one, I want to vote people talk. Who will use the first one? The great. 1, 2, great. Why?
Because it's the paper and highlight what
It's all big letters, very important. Okay? Of course, there was a session at Oxford University by America. People read without even knowing the words. Even if you change alphabet to different words, they will give the same meaning. You know why? Because we don't read by letters. We read by the shape of the word. We don't read animal as A-M-I-M-A-L. We start to the shape of it and its animal. That's why you read so quickly fast. Otherwise, you would have stopped in every letter. And the disadvantage of the first one is that it's all fair. People do it in the medical writing and accept that. But in the visual, you will lose part of the listener because they are looking into what is he doing? You got my comment? Now the other one I wouldn't use this because this is capital. I would modify this because people will read it like that. Okay, that's a good advice. Please, I am somewhat irritated. Trying all the titles and all capital, and I can't, don't have the time reading it. You can be slow reading or fast reading, that's okay. For example, tables, published tables are different from tables that should be on the presentation. You should simplify the table to what the people want to know. You throw the others, you take the burden, never photograph from a journal and put it. People will be lost. Okay, if you care about you will listen to you. Now, simplicity, you notice my slides, I don't put a lot of words. I speak from, I never looked at them, did you notice that? So you have to be simple. So you can carry the message. I mean, believe me, God scientists can give you the message very simple and not too complicated. If you understand what you say, speak with your grammar. Is that okay? Reduce the text. I never sometimes after a few hours, 2 hours, I don't put a full sentence. I put something to remind me so I can start. And this is easier because if you read it quickly, you will face that and we can interact on that. I can interact and finish. You want to have more about this. You don't, because if you want really the people to read the slide, shut up. You read it. They will read it from their rhythm and they will understand. Now I'm not joking, it's true. And I've seen people putting 20 lines and standing up like this, and we have seen that. What are you doing? You let the people, because we know that our reading speed is different. Definitely, there are people sitting in the room that the reading speed is less than this person, either due to language, either due to their reading ability, etc. So don't read from the slide. Don't make your slides in paper. It's not an newspaper, it's just meant to remind you and take the flow wider with the people. So, oh, this is 1 point, this is 10 point, and so on. Okay? And the other thing, if you make a complicated file, I'll tell you this. I don't want to say anything. But one of the main authorities in Arab world is really very good. He came to this lecture for the Middle East. I don't know whether you were there. And he started at 1,000. It's so complex. It's more like someone who's I've been so much in science, I couldn't understand what he says. A lot of words, and he's in another word. And believe me, I'm just saying. So what do you get the impression? The second man person watching like a professor. I answer this. I cannot understand what he says. This man is disorganized, he doesn't want to know what he says, and he looks up to us. The art of talking, you talk to the least person the way he thinks, so everyone understands. Everyone. So assume, who is the person with the least ability? If you are in a public talk, you talk to the leaders, and everyone is. Understand that? So don't make your slides complex. It's very simple. So you can attract the people to listen. So visual aid is a visual. It should be visual and it should aid. It's not finished to show you that you are a great man or I've seen people putting backgrounds. I mean, they distract people, like putting a picture with black, yellow, with no, 3, 4 things that are not related at all to the slides. So, again, poor presentation cannot be saved by slides. You have to know your topic. And then you speak and it helps you. The other thing, one idea per slide. I sometimes use diagrams or pictures. They shouldn't take more than 30 seconds. And I use them for a specific message to get the message to the people. So this is in principle before we used to say 1 slide per idea. You can use and 1 slide, 1 minute per each slide. No, it doesn't fit per 100%, but you have to think. I don't say you have to rehearse. It's better as a beginner you rehearse and rehearse. You know your speed of your rhythm. I don't know whether they rehearse you so you can be trained, especially your first presentation. And one of our senior surgeons was really very excellent surgeon. Excellent. I mean, he died, but he's so close to me. He wants to present. He was fighting for presentation. And initially, I have to sit with him to encourage him how to talk. And you have really to make it simple. You have to express the way your presentation. So really, he started giving excellent Now, 1 minute per slide as a rule for written slides. Okay? If I use an interactive approach, I spend 2-3 hours and 20 slides for the students looking into it instead. Because I need is just to guide me on interactive discussion. I can take discussing the chart for 20 minutes, but then I summarize it with a slide. You understand that? So it differs on what you do. Sometimes you use 50 slides 20 minutes without having to talk because you've taken it properly. And like for example, the animations I do are for it. So I need 3-4 slides to make an animation of 1 minute for you. Do not read from this slide. Reading from the slide is very actually gives bad impression. Like reading from the book, that's not good. See how did I use that? You are questioning what is, because the moment it's used, you wanted to know what is there. I gave this slide. So I just look here, look, what is that? That's the message. Okay, so that's why I use red. I want it to be very clear for you. Yellow, shiny, so now, and it's big letter, you see? Is that okay? Now the other question becomes directly, what font and what size? You can use one or two. I personally use one and I like that one, which is we call pen drawing. Some people use Arial. I am not against Arial, but it's big and sometimes it takes more space and trouble. Why do I use it? I can argue. I mean, who prefers that? Who prefers Arial, which is this one? And who prefers this? Why do you think so? Well, what's the difference between who they say I'm going to use both? There are two options. There are first, second, I don't. But you should be fair. I mean, this is love and hate. You should be fair. I mean, if you want to make your slides, you should be able to see. Which one would you prefer the first one? Which one would you prefer the second? Can you tell me why? You look small? Okay, too small shape. Smaller person. What is there any other way? Okay, this one is actually it's the same font by the way, same size.
Let's go to.
So what you see this biomechanic is actually use both sides and don't use space. You know what? No, it's almost the same. It's the same. It's the same. It's different. Okay, the difference between them, if you want, there is a French word called sans serif. You know, sans without serif extensions. So you can see here, this has an extension. This has an extension. Not too much. Not too much. You see, here it's not. You can look to the eye. This is serif. This is sans serif. Some people prefer Arial because it's simple. I prefer Times Roman, even in legal writing. All the journals I know of, most of them say write Times Roman 12. If someone has said it. This is your full instruction. Times Roman 12. I'm annoyed by a journal now recently. Times Roman 11. Maybe they want to save some papers. But as a reviewer, all the reviewer, I get really everything. Trying to read the paper. I'm doing it for free. So at least I want to read and relax. So you can choose any. To use area for posters without shadow. Shadow and slides will make the letter font. If you use shadows in posters, they will destroy your poster. They destroy the poster. You will lose your poster. It's not good to eat. To read. So the poster use area without shadow. Be careful about the colors because what you see on the screen does not show on the poster. Anyone has seen that experience. And what you do, you print an A3 to see the real colors and then make a big poster. So these are three important things for poster. Use Arial, it's okay for me. No shadow. Print the A3 or A4 just to see which color is coordinated with the poster. That's a very, I mean, I was once working with a great poster and it was spoiled because the colors of the screen. And if you have short time and you want to take the poster and traveling tomorrow, there's no way you have to go without everything. Okay. Now, which size? It's very important to know that you need a readable size. The best actually is 28 and above. Sometimes you may need to get 24 because you don't have the size of you want to make a full table or a flow chart. You can go up to 24, but not 22. Above 28 is the best because people at the end, you see, I mean, I'm sure you don't see why. You see all the letters here, here, 24. I'm confident. Okay, there are 4 people. You have to be honest with me. You see the slide? I know 2 of you are not clear. You see the slide? Clearly you see it?
Yeah, I can see it.
You see it? Okay, the line up here. You don't see it. Sorry, you see it? No. You see it? She sees it. So no, you didn't see. Am I right or wrong? I knew that. Why is that? In the morning, I said, Ahmed, I told him, Ahmed, look, I did it. This is not a notification. But you have to go on. And now, which line do you see? This we see all lines. The other 2. Which line do you see? I'm going to get a ophthalmologist too. You see this line?
Yeah.
You see it clearly? The other guy clearly or not clearly?
Clearly.
So you see 32 or 28? This one or this one? You see 20? This one? Can I look at this number?
Yeah.
What number?
32.
So you could not. Can I see this number?
Yes.
What?
32.
Excellent. Can we get the message?
Yes.
Get the class 32? Okay. I'll do this exercise just for you to remember. I'm doing this is not a good education. 1. See. Okay. The first one who says should be here, right? That's no one should sit here. Okay? 3, 4, 5, 6. All people should stay. Everyone who is back is not singing well. A principle of visual illustration. You should really, but what you will hit this one, the people at the corners will not see. So you should have a wide room. The last row should be 6 times from the width of the screen. The first row should be 2 times from the width. You will not be able to see that. What helped you? The lines are actually big. I see them. I see all the lines. But some of you will disprivilege. So don't disprivilege people by the colors. Don't disprivilege people by the font. You are here to help them. You are not to show yourself. Don't show yourself. Try to help the people to understand what you mean. Okay? That's good. Okay. So we go on. Yes. No, it should be structured the screen. No, the screen is a fixed thing. You want to see, but you can control this by increasing the weight. But it's very limited. This is 10 inches. I can increase it to 11.5. But that's not a good educational design. Has nothing to do with your presentation of the screen. Word of class. So it's a relation between the letter and the screen. Now let's think about that. Okay. Now, after that, you go for basic design. We covered all of them, by the way. What did we look for? Can you remind me what did this? We have 5 points. What did we look for? Design. What did I say about that? Excuse me? I spoke about color. Right? Font. Size. Simplicity. So what we actually covered right now And actually using shadow, bold, you will that's an alternative. Sometimes you can do. So we spoke about the orientation. Orientation now is something we forget about because now all of it is written. Before we used to make slides better. You can put the slide version. Now all horizontal. So you are really relieved. All of it actually is landscape, it's not portrait. So portrait. Yeah. Landscape, not portrait. So it's not beautiful with you. Don't discuss this anymore. I will discuss it. Background, size, and then the bullet style. What do I use bullet style? Sometimes I don't put numbers. Like here, these are not numbers. Actually, I want to bullet because I can discuss them deep. I don't want you to finish this. The way I use I put is yellow, black, smaller lines, and I put it in front of you. So use bullets. Bullets means not fix it. This is a different idea. Don't compare this with that. It really concentrates you. This is what bullets is that right? So I don't like the bullets from the PowerPoint. They are very confusing. Colors are not good. You don't have control of them. I use my own bullets the way I want to do. So it includes, and even the type I work out. Text type in PowerPoint is usually not very good. Actually, could lose 1/3 of the slide right there. I write out and then I put my own title and then deal with it. Okay, that's actually how to use PowerPoint. But then finally, you write the reference of next presentation. However, you get it, and someone else should write 40 of some. Don't say you work about that. Yesterday, I write the slide from one of the hospitals, medical hospitals, in which they did a postmortem for the kids. This is a common problem. So showing this slide for laborers or whatever will give a strong message that we have to implement and to save my vision and save my mission. So I asked that permission, but I told them I will write always according to such and such, and I will not use it for publication. I will use it for publication. So then it's a property, you don't give it to someone else. And some maybe two slides in my career, I actually what I learned in my career that one day I photographed a picture from a book, and Professor was Professor Vice Professor in the university was so angry. Why do you use other people's illustrations? Use your own illustrations. That's why since 1985, I bought a Nikon camera. The price of the first Nikon camera, as you told, the world selling from. Very expensive, and I published a lot, just carrying the photos in my bag, photographing it, till I arrived to Ireland. And then this camera came, and now you can show them Ashraf. He learned Ashraf to keep a camera like me, and I changed from the last. I got from the last one, you see. He has a camera in his pocket. Believe me, one shot you will see it on the right, it can be published in 3 days. Because this is a medical convention. No one shares it. So always keep the camera in your hand. You may see something in the street. I've seen once a car burning, and that didn't have my camera. I said, I feel sorry for that, because if I see a car burning, it will give a strong message for the communication people that actually this is not a new development. You can photograph and use it in your car. Okay? This is my simple workshop. I will use it here for publication. I'm not joking. There are a lot of tricks for it, and there are photographic courses you have to take. And I'm really serious about that. Once we have 2 days, our university about first photography is really hard. It's not good, not bad to attend the one-day workshop how to photograph and use it. Yeah? Then put all your references. Be scientific. Don't present the paper without putting the reference. That strengthens your scientific level. People respect you more. You are not telling what other people say. You self yourself ready. I never cite a paper unless I draw the paper and look, is the information correct or not? This may be wrong. Okay? Now, I'll make some exercise for you. And this is actually much shorter. I have a lot of slides. These are my own slides with a lot of mistakes. So I want you to check these mistakes and see what is wrong and what you have. So what's wrong in my scheme? These are historical slides, by the way. What do you think is wrong in this? Which sun is not here. Actually, I took those pictures from real side. That's why the sun is. You know, but there's something wrong. There's no light. You like this color? The color here is not here. It should be more. You think the slide is used? No. It's used. What else? You know this? Why this is chopped? It should be actually a problem. I didn't use all my area because I'm using areas. Now what's that? You know this, by the way, is the comfort zone. I did. You see? My comfort zone, you see? And that's the principle. In a slide, you should have 2.5 centimeters all over. So the slide can be really concentrating and you can stop. We call it actually 2.5 centimeters. Don't make your slide at the edge go down. Think to remove some of the land. Use your comfort zone very well. People who use like something to the right, like let's say the pot, line or square, almost in the background, they lose 1/3 of their slide. Better to increase the size and use the whole slide than to squeeze yourself to put every slide on one side. Have you seen that? Officers always putting the logo of the department because they want the chair to be happy and then throwing content. Have you seen that? It's true. It's sometimes you feel irritated because you know all these guys. Why they are repeating this entry? The only thing we do here a lot, I'm putting this logo on my group. No one in the stock is seeing it. It's the same every time. It's very small. Doesn't mean anything. It's our companies we are marketing. I won't not putting it like that. It's just small. It's a way. If 2.5 centimeters, your comfort zone is calculated to be 30% of this. Okay? Now, what about this one? This is one of the slides for my purpose. It's one of my fellows. This is his first presentation. Trying to look to different degrees of the fertilizing franchise. So he has very preventive at last. What do you think about this? The color is not very clear. What is the value of this? He's going to open our. Is that right? It's the value. I'm trying to get trouble. It's my slide, not my subject. So this is like this presentation. So what I did, I said to them, and this is what I did. The same information, early, 1%, months, 5%. And then I checked different colors for these people know this is one. I didn't use any lines inside as I told. It's exactly like so I told you. One line above the and you see the comfort in size and the background, which is more clean for you, which is more comfort. I removed this picture at all because this is a waste of everything. If you want to make a picture, you put the real picture and put it as a picture or whatever. Doesn't say what does the key you ask? What does this thing say? Nothing. What does I'm not clear. What is this up and down and increase hypertension like all that? What is it? Increase blood pressure. What is that? Is it hypertension? Good. Shock. Do not decrease, but make things easier. What do you mean? This is plus, minus, what do you mean by that? The other thing, if you go, look what he used. He used these early, advanced, critical. And then I chose these changes as I told before. This is okay. That's fine. I have more examples. I really know that you're using it for time. Now, before I come to any presentation, I came in the morning that I'm going to have to come here because I want to know what I'm doing. Sometimes, I'll show you an example. And I have in my 3 backpass. 2 bags up here, 1 bag up here. Why? Because I'm coming all the way from UAE. I don't want to come here and I'm sorry, I really you imagine that's what you feel my family engineer. Always have plan B, and if it's serious, plan C. I guarantee you, I was once in a conference in Paris, and the lady came with her poster all the way from Argentina. And then I looked at her and she was putting papers. So what has happened to you? She said, I put my poster in the luggage and it was lost. So Ashraf knows it's a clear plan. There are 2 ways for the poster. So either hold it in your hand all the way, because this is what you're going for. You're not going to have fun. You're not going to do your poster. And he knows how really we are late. And sometimes we almost lost it because we're so in a rush. And the other way I learned, which really now we're not using long-term, is that you can, now the system does not permit, but you make your posters A3. Introduction, results, methods, you have these A3 and you continue that and fix the That's another. Okay. What I do always before going to an international conference, this is now a nice thing, I learned from Harry, I would send my presentations to my email. I don't have a group of man. I keep a backup. In case there's, let's say, my poster is lost, I will go to Paris, I will take the USB and ask someone to print. Military plan B. I give a real life example. Medical illustration is illustration. You see what did I do in the morning? I don't teach statistics on slides. You can't. Statistics is a mental thing, theoretical thing, not showing people how to calculate, how to do. So each process has its own way. What I ask actually is not this. This is a teaching point. What I ask is a trend point. Because if you use a consensus, you have to write. And it's a very tedious work, sometimes 3-4 hours. And then you have to get a consensus, a conclusion, you have to summarize. You need a trend point that you can take to you. Some people will type, but that's not the effect. You can type on. So you should use tools. Every tool we use before transparency. I have one of them, and I transfer it to slides. But every tool has its advantages and disadvantages. There are books about presentation. And a book that talks about the advantage of each piece. So I can get a message. If I don't have anything and I got a problem, it should be planned to write, draw, move, make a story, just to finish your job. Okay. And that I spoke about that. You remember this, 2 outlets and 6 of them. And that's an ideal presentation. Okay. Now, plan B. A guy came all the way from us, from Abu Dhabi to Malaysia, which is about 150 kilometers to Kazakhstan. And he came and he wanted to be very advanced. So he got the newest Microsoft program, which is a few years ago. And then he arrived there, and I'm like, my God, Microsoft does not work. No one will help you because usually it's simple. If you use the old one, you don't have one, you use the new one. So always think about the technology. Does the technology fit fine? I don't present videos in small talks in international conferences because I don't want things to go wrong. They don't purposely use my USB. It's a big problem. Now it's much easier. Before the PowerPoint presentation now can fix almost all the tasks. Before it was difficult. If you don't put AI, it does not work. So then you spoil all your presentations. So what do you decide? Okay, videos in split place, I put my own computer in the right. Because there's incompatibility. Think about incompatibility between computers, incompatibility in programs. Technology is very dangerous. If it breaks, you are in a problem. And this is what happens. If you are here to fix the projector, it doesn't work. And then next slide, more people doesn't work. And then this is what happens. So I always went left the company. So what you should do, and these are my 2004, always have even to stand up and talk. I wasn't cancel a talk. I was speaking from my heart because people came to listen to me. This is a picture I'm sure of my teachers. This is an audience, and you'll see me here. I think. Oh, sorry. This is my teacher. He's a great man called Boyko. He is the most Venus he was the head of Venus Power. He is the one who invented the English festival for DVDs. And to our lucky, we're so great that we're so happy with them. But we used to wait overnight, do an NGO with the DVD, squeeze the DVD and get the DVD out. So we get the DVD, we have to wait 100 minutes. But then this is the went on. Now, this guy, so okay. This is Professor John Abuna, who is the most authoritative, transplant surgeon in Ghana. This is Dr. Al-Badr, and this is Iran Style, who became the minister, health ministry in Kuwait, very integral vascular surgery. So I have actually, this is a great company. I'm not actually only listening here and there, and so I was really invited. If you stand up and talk, you should know to whom you talk. And the advanced stage, try to speak to my level, not to the other people level, otherwise it's not fun. You don't understand. Right? So you try to speak really on the public talk, especially if people are good because they can catch the heart of the people by addressing the most, the general things they really want. Now, respect your time. I know of a case in an international conference. Because the guy, he doesn't have experience, so he gave him a chance to do a presentation. And he kept talking. And then the time finished. And he kept talking. And the time finished, Last is coming to last, we have 2 minutes, 5 minutes. He kept talking. They followed him out and he kept talking. So really fix your time, because that tells you can't tell everything, or you just tell your experience in a way. Because Ashraf presented large studies that took years to improve from performance. So don't really take the time of others, don't pretend you're a scholar, actually make some sort of. Try to know the time restricted. If the time finished, you're quite waiting 2 minutes, get to the conclusion, that's it. But you lose the discussion. Okay? So please stick to the time restricted time, because this is not your time, it's the other people's time, and you have to accept it. Well, rehearsal is very good for beginners, and I used to rehearse, but you know, with time, you get experience, but you have to rehearse. It's good because sometimes it's very short time. Once we have the competition, you have to go for our study in 6 hours in less than 2 minutes. So in that scenario, you have to rehearse to take time. Now, if you want to speak about oral presentation, it's all about telling the story. It should be simple and it should be clear. Finally, it should be organized. Okay? For example, in the research you say, what is my question? What did I do to answer it? What did I find? And what does it mean? It's actually the principle of as a story, attracting people. The way you notice I change my voice, I raise it and increase it, that will wake. But if I speak monotone, I can you get sleep, relax, and I want you to wake up. So that's intentional, so you can really wake up. And then the pitch, sometimes you see the pitch. See, you change the pitch, so people really get more alert. I stop saying, after it's finished, sometimes then I go for another. Pausing is very important. And one of my problems is my right. I like to overcome it, but people really, some of the good speakers really are very slow. Okay. All right, a portrait. I mean, use it to simple language. You just say, I am sure if you are aware that it's finished today. Okay? It doesn't mean to tell you that the person has one day course. Or it goes without saying that this course was excellent. I mean, it's general, it's philosophical, but that's not that. Okay? How to sustain it? I will show you in 3 minutes the best winner of the speech in Europe. You will see him on. One of the colors, by the way, if you give it to more than 20 minutes, people will be happy that you are waiting. The best speaker, I'm not joking, the best speaker can maintain intellectual income 20 minutes. Unless you find something, either you are showing exciting thing, interacting with them. I all pose myself every time with person point towards someone, so doing this alert. You have to rise the alert. The maximum you can give is up to 40 minutes. And you have to like answer you are very tough with you, but usually I don't like it too. But I thought it's a good chance for me, all right? And then humor is good. It doesn't increase knowledge, by the way. It's humor does not increase knowledge, but it makes it more interesting. So people be happy about it, and try to give questions so people really interact, so they try to solve it. You provoke people, please can compete, can citizen examples of really trying to involve the group in a debate. We call it like opinion lines, people with, people against, people will shift towards what is called in decision making. You should use it actually in conference, you use it, we call it in debate line. Argument lines. Okay? I mean, you can speak about things that relate to you. I'll show some examples. If I present about traffic accidents, I will show a slide. I show that. When I move the group, to the family. And the other the mother died, and all 5 kids from 1 to 6 years died. So if you saw that image, or the pictures of the young kids, if all of them died, they would be able to definitely people really get emotional. Okay? And I'm always, the best I like is to have an interactive, which we also in the future I try to tell this in a way that you come back to me, you challenge me, you really touch one, and finally use it in your. Now what's the problem? The major problem is reading instead of speaking. The second problem is like we speak too quick. My voice is high and it's compensated a little. I should speak slowly, but because of the time, I'm really interested to again. Too much detail unneeded, just give me the message, because the better with the finish. Inability to explain, because you don't understand what you talk about, or you must ask to present, you don't get to think of yourself. Jargon, incomprehensible slides as I'm sure you and speaking to use slides, so people will not really part of jargon. I mean, you really how to teach? I will leave this to the end and I will start giving you this video. I hope it is wise. I'll leave it to the computer because I didn't need this news. I know this. I was not planning to do this. I'll get this from previous. Please listen to this. blend of liquid properties.
Hi, I'm Simon Buckley. In 2008, I was the European Chairman of the Speak. For the Arts Connection, we help ambitious professionals connect their audience. And we do it by bringing broadcast communications expertise into the table to enable our clients to persuade, influence, and inspire others. What are the presentation skills you use to help add to the impact you achieve your audience? Well, in this video, you'll get 3 simple techniques, and they can really make a difference and help to ensure that the next time you're in front of an audience, you have that bit more impact. The first is volume, the second, eye contact, and the third is the audience space. So let's look first of all at volume, because many people make the mistake when they stand speaking to an audience, they make the mistake of speaking too softly. Now don't get me wrong, speaking quietly in softer, delicate moments can be very powerful if they're used with a good. But if you speak softly throughout the presentation, you risk coming across as less confident and more nervous than you may actually be. In fact, if you want to increase the confidence that you achieve in the minds of your audience, simply speak loud is one of the best pieces of advice I can give you. The issue is that what sounds the right volume to you as the speaker is not the same as what sounds right to the audience. You need to feel as though you're speaking unnaturally loudly in front of the audience. As soon as you know you're speaking too loudly, that's about the right pitch. Skill number 2, your eye contact. This is a real art. And the best piece of advice I can give here is to invite you to dip in and out and random around your audience. Some trainers and speakers even cover them up in their own mind into 4 quadrants, or in half. It depends on the layout of the book. But try to avoid the mistake of turning into what I call the lighthouse, where the speaker scanning constantly and ends up. It becomes obvious to the audience they're just in eye contact for 5 minutes. If you dip in and out of random and allow yourself to make contact with individual people for just a few moments, it has impact. With bigger audiences, it's important to slow that down, because as soon as you look down a particular line of sight, all the people in that line of sight feel connected to you, but it needs to be slower. Slower means you can move in and out of the line. Third and finally, is all about the use of space can make a real difference in the presentation. And in fact, it also adds to your presence, because if you move around, you fill the space, you become more live, more real, you become, as I like to call it, a 3D speaker instead of just 2D. And one thing you can do is anchor different points in different parts of the stage. So in this talk, for example, I've tried to put point number 1 in this area, point number 2 in this area, and then so how can you use the stage next time you're doing a presentation? Because the more you fill it, the bigger the impact you can achieve. So those are the 3 skills: volume, eye contact.
Okay, so I'm going to summarize. Actually, this is going on the European. So it's just to change your voice and speak very softly. You actually keep and use the space nicely. That meaningful audience. That's what. So that actually makes a lot of difference for me. So let's plug in and finish this. How to finish? So once you finish, you finish in a high tone, and you really have to thank you very much. I appreciate all you to inspire the next one. They're enthusiastic. So not just doing the job and going your way. And don't say false ending. Oh, it's something that's not clear. I think we need to be people read this job. It's not clear. Thank you all. Thank you for listening. But maybe you know what is not clear. At least if you are a chair or something else. Thank you. That's very good. And leave comment, widely comment here and smile. Just keep your place in a very important. Now, you may not use any of the visual slides. And public talks are very difficult. I've seen one, the best talks can be given from a page. It can be very effective. You know, you don't really use slides, give a grade, public politician will go to us. But these talks, they are really good. I think President Obama is a very good speaker. He really knows how to use it for us. But he says, I told Obama, he's a great speaker. I have to admit that he's really a great speaker. And he can attach to people. So, that's the key. To speak to the largest level of the people. You have 1,000 people in the background. You will see a word and you see a problem. You speak to the people in the language that everyone can understand. Don't speak jargon. Well, very high level that people really don't understand. So, this is very interesting. In public presentations, they make the sense of that. 50% of the impact is on what they see, their eyes. 40% on the tone you speak, and only 10% of what you see. So you have to use the real body language, smiling, whatever it is, what they see, you will listen, but actually you don't think too much about what you see. The impression is really giving prizes. I try myself to be non-biased, but the way the people present differently, the way they act differently. So you have really to be able to. So the take home messages which have been mentioned there, you have to use the volume of the voice, your eye contact, your body language. It's a very important thing. This is a real scenario. It's a copyright, and these are three of my plastic surgery who used in black size with 100 lines as country, and it was 40 minutes long. So I assume, I hope I at least the lecture will inspire people to read and not to be like this. This is actually concept of this one when we say this is our chair surgery, and this is another result that we want. So I hope this course was not boring to you. Okay. You won't have time to discuss before I close and then now this is the grandpa advice. What I have taken out has nothing to do with research. This is the clear advice for someone who wants to be a great someone. Anyone who really after thinking is most important research hard work? Anyone confess? Anyone other confess to read or more hands writing to learn at least to be commented and honest. You have 4 people, that's great. You give them a name, it's really. But if you wanted to go into the art of organizing research, be a good researcher, it's a very delicate thing that you have to balance and can be very serious. And what I will give you is you can write these notes, very practical notes that can help you continue without being the game. What are these? That's my advice actually. And we learn the hard way, and I don't make mistakes. I don't want to learn mistakes. What is the last advice? It's number 9. So beginning a marathon today, I got to name this not. Okay. So you may not really need to be involved properly, in research, but at least you understood all this thing. If you want to make a master, make it enjoyable. Get 1 or 2 papers from it. At least the proper way you learn it, you love it. But at least it's something. I've seen a lot of things that never. It's not practical. However, be careful in 2 situations. Because if you are doing research and to become, you will really find master advice because you will feel confidence. So be careful how you deal with money because it can spoil your career. A lot of pharmaceutical studies are really, some of them are sometimes they try to, I think they try to pay for conferences. I don't say it's wrong to go to conferences, but it should be transparent to all institutions and they should not affect your decision making. I had a big problem with this company, $2 million cost, and they did a lot of things that I've seen in my eyes that makes me very careful dealing with conferences. I tell you that the director of Sunnah came all the way from USA to sit in my office. The director of Philanthropy from USA to come in and do the sound, and the director of food company came from Europe all the way to just to do that machine. And I was very frank with them. I don't have any financial interest. I'm doing the machine, but for nothing, just give it to us. So you have to be careful because you can destroy all of your reputation. You work hard for 10 years. It can be destroyed simply by behaving on it. And I think you work for 30 years does not value the benefit of respect and integrity. People respect you because you should be honest. Dishonesty, all generation you have taught will be shocked if actually have bad impact. So be careful with companies. I don't say you should collaborate with countries. It's an art. You can attract them. Let them serve your mission. Don't serve their mission. This is a clear advice to you from my heart. So, this is a letter I wrote in answer to the nation. I mean, it's an art for nation regulation about this drug and how they behave and how should we deal for science in a specific area. Okay, that's one. Be careful about money. You can be money. Be careful about politics. I mean, you don't behave like a politician. I'm not a politician. I can tell you I was in the Gulf War between 2 sides fighting, Iraq and Kuwait. And I'm squeezed in the middle. And it's a fight. 7 months fighting. What is our thing is that we acted as doctors, not as judges. Don't say to that for that. Do your job as a doctor and keep quiet. Not because you're afraid. It's our wise to help the community more than being involved in politics. What is that? And I give you an example from your area. You have this very typical issue. Small kids were just tired over the cameras. They were actually being raised, and that's a lot of political. And we saw those things. We treated these things. But the message is not to make a conflict. The message is to improve the conflict. So we collected the data. See, this was the situation before. And this is one of the kids who had external control. And that actually we saw it. There was a lot of media talking about it. But if I want to sell science, it wouldn't say if I stand up and shout, that wouldn't sell science. I really want to sell science, that's my main objective. So we collected the data, this was the book, because we were waiting till the moment is suitable to publish our data. And it was actually, there is a moment they replaced the kids by robots. Which was a great thing, because now people see everything. And you have this evidence now. By robots, they are actually making even mistakes. So this is a real scientific example. How can we use injury by replacement? And we look to our data. These are the kids. And these are the adults. So replacing the kids by robotics has completely removed injury detection. So the message is very clear. You encourage people to reduce injury and develop emotions. Science is not emotions. And then the way you select the title is a very sensitive issue. You have to put it in a way that's positive. And look at the title to choose. Prevention of child cardiac injuries, a success story from the medical. So you encourage people not to discourage them, and this actually took actually the top of one of the journals. That's legislation on the small child. So it was accepted social situation. Conflict you want to make, you want to improve it, it's not to come. Driver business scientists be accepted, don't be involved in problems. That's my second advice. Maybe this like to be a politician, that's something else. I'm not saying we don't share. Then teamwork. You are able to know how to work with the team. Okay? So, I mean, I insisted, Ashraf, by the way, Ashraf was taking his son to Egypt for the politics. I don't, Ashraf, I want you. I mean, his presence, even if not physically, psychologically support me, that this is a team who's coming here, even our resident, he heard about it. I'm so happy about it, because it tells that there are some people who are more emotional about this, you come all the way from English to come and listen to this talk. So this thing, even psychological support. Teamwork is not only the action group, it's actually the spirit of the team. Makes you work about this, there are people actually who still are surviving. You are not a distinct species, which is scientists actually. Finally, to get to that success, it takes a lot of time. This actually, time management is a skill for everyone. You cannot be a doctor in any branch without time management. I have a course in time management, and it came to Zidan, I used it. One day, and that's the date, right here, 24th of June 2011. We had 6 papers to revise. 6 papers. And within short time, within a month, I'll mention. Okay, they give you that. It all took me. And then, my God, how can we do that? 6 papers, sometimes whatever, it takes 2.5 months. So we sat together. This is every with me. He has a whiteboard on his like this to plan his action. You should done not only research, you should done time management. So what happened when you got implemented the process. You look into feedback. You look into the task, 6 minutes. Okay? You look into the example, Fikri, with Fikri. Okay, Fikri, and you look to my color actually is black, and the one good thing, I was in black. I was the black. See, this is black, this is white. Alright. So you look to the manpower. Task, manpower, and time. The time is 3 weeks exactly. So you do a time management. Each of us should have a task that doesn't contradict with the others. So we end the task at 3 weeks. So that's the manpower. This is the task, this is the time. And you make your time. You're supposed to finish this. We finish actually 3 weeks. 3 weeks less than 1 day. It is 3 weeks less than a week, and I can't think it was very honorable for us all in the So that's time management. It has nothing to do with research. If I take it sequential, not parallel, I will not end the task. And shall I show you that again? It's a very useful thing. You always put the time, task, and the manpower. Understand? Then you try to get away. They use it actually in buildings. If you don't know how to do it, the employers will contradict with each other. I had used this once in USA company sent it to me. They were wanting to know I need to finish a paper for 1 month before leaving New Zealand. So I had to make that time and I could finish doing the experiment. Analysis and they got it that exactly. So, but if you are really know what you need, you know whether you can achieve that goal. It's actually time and skills. It's not issue with this. No, not 20. That's actually not only 23. That was last year at average. You can do that. So, when the tricky things is dealing with the media. Please be careful. Be careful. They try to spread things for what they think. They are not scientific. So personally, I don't do with the media unless I see what they're doing. Because they carry sometimes the message they want, not the message you want. And you should use the media to help the patients, not to show. Now they asked me, for example, before I came here, we had an education conference. I gave the talks, my two talks, one about the war, one about interpretation of information fields. Both of them are very sensitive issues. Before I came here, that was on Sunday when I started here. And the media people, the specific can do the organizer, they don't want to talk. So I'm sorry, I'm not talking to them. My university gave regulations, don't contact the media, food and they have to go to the university. So you have to respect the regulation, like you say something, because it may, I've seen people really trying to say something between the offices. And it makes actually the wrong message. So, at the end of the day, imagine yourself actually imagine yourself in some army, actually you are an international expert for sexual ethics. Not as a doctor, and actually misinterpreted it. And so, but you have to be able to absorb and some people say, what's this? They ask me to I reject it or make it. Why? Because you have to ask yourself, what? I mean, is it money? Or in the past, you are a good clinician, you're interacting with people, you see yourself with people around you, they're happy from you, they respect you as a teacher, you respect in your position as a respected person with an opinion, your presentation, I mean, sharing it with you, you see yourself in the papers, you have to ask yourself, I know. I mean, there's nothing wrong to say I want money, but you have to be honest with yourself. If you want money, brothers, if you want that, you can be sincere, honest, forget it. This is not the person who wants money to come to research. Research is someone who devotes his time to try to answer questions. If you are this type, I don't know whatever you call, an addict for research, and one of the people is this guy. 6 months ago, I had to leave my office at 8 p.m. and he stayed later on. And then my daughter wants to train in geography, so I was inclined to leave the office. So I went there, and I'm so happy. I should have staying in my office now. It's fucking crazy. You are smart. You were also smart to make problems with this family. So, and then they realized that, I mean, we talking about this family just in came from Egypt, but he was kind of common. Now, where do we see this? We see ourselves, we invest in people. This is why we came. Honestly, we invest in people. These are the people I trained in United Arab Emirates, not in New Zealand, not in Sweden. I've trained people in Sweden and New Zealand. Look, the Ashraf, now he has now 49 papers. 2 of him last are written completely without me, which I'm honored. So that's why I got the 47. He's now almost an independent researcher. Harry is the best expert of trauma registries in the Middle East without honor. He developed 3 trauma registries. Do you think our registry and the company is better than every surgeons? We could publish more than 100 papers of it, but I couldn't do it without the hard work. Harry, I got another surgeon who could shoot again. But this guy, who I spoke to you, Shafi, he had only 3 papers. But what he had the top 9 papers for my career by his name, systematically used in war journal research. And the moment he came, I didn't give him a lot of money. He was leaving. I told him, Muhammad, look, now you finished, you got the papers. I told him, you took now, the paper was 180,000 dirhams. That's about total of 300,000 dirhams, like a small car, by your name, all your life. You should be honored to that. That's more actually than the money inside. And finally, clinical research we train. So we see ourselves in the people we train. I mean, there is recognition. I tell you, this is an honor for me. I was accepted in the Abu Dhabi Medical Research Prize all over Abu Dhabi, which is a great honor for research. People researchers are not strong in research, but you feel, okay, this is a group work. It's not my work. I'm just representing their face. And the work I've seen is actually my team group work. So there's an appreciation for that. But why do we do that? This is John Windsor. He's a world authority in pancreatitis. And I worked with him 6 years to establish pancreatitis. Now he sent me an email recently. He really wrote to me, why do you think we do this? We just, why do we continue working like that? We have actually reached what we call the zenith of our work. Why do we continue working like crazy people like that? So I directly emailed him and told him, dear John, I think we do this because we love it. I don't think that there is something rewarding and challenging more than exploring the unknown and trying to answer deep questions. If you get addicted to that, you will never replace the thinking process by anything before. And then John directly told me, I think I will call you. Because I'm not sure, he means it. I mean, why do we do it? Because we like to answer questions. We like to give clear questions. Get a question formulated, answer it. It's a great pleasure. If you're a philosopher, thinker, you're really trying to implement your thinking and way of thinking on others. And I hope some of you will be able to be successful. How will you be successful? It's very easy, not very difficult. To be successful, if you want to be a successful researcher, you have to be committed, honest, you should be mentored, someone has to help you. You should have very clear objectives that you really want to achieve. Plan well, Learn by practice, not by box. You have to have put hands-on training. Be persistent and patient. Don't get the fluids very quickly. It takes a long time to get the fluids. And more important, I mean, be friendly with the people. Thank you very much. I enjoyed that. I wish just to finish, I mean, we will give you all the lectures, but please, I want an honest evaluation that I will look into it. The other thing before it, you will get the question. Anyone who wants to make the question, get the right for me and I will. Is that okay? So there are, finish this.
Evaluation today.
I will go out.
Now we have come to the end of this marathon of workshop, and we are very privileged that Malaysia, Kuala Lumpur has been chosen as the genetic ground for this course. But personally, I think this course, the value is so much, and you pay 50 ringgit just to cover the food, but actually the value is so much, and I think we can never ever thank you for coming here and sharing with us.
Thank you very much for giving me the chance. I would like to thank. Actually, I had a lecture about the plateau, that will say the plateau, comparing the actually with that to the plateau, but I was not given a chance to give it to her. I mean, you are a great group. I really speak that you do. You are really good doctors, and we are impressed by you. I really honestly think you. Plateau is a spirit, so it's a healthy nature, and you have. It's not a material something. It's actually, I'm really good. And I'm sure I will learn so much from this. 2 years ago, this is why all of this exercise was in with something, and I'm happy to give advice. I cannot promise to you more. That's the way. This is my class here. Nina advice is to work.
Coming from you, that will mean a lot and actually motivate us to do and look at you as the towering zenith and the invisible mentor that we see. You already left something that is a great legacy that I'm sure with the knowledge that you have imparted, this will be carried out by all these young doctors, and we know in this group, these are very able people who came here because of that. And I hope that answers the research question through this methodology in terms of wanting to come out with exactly the topic, how to perform, analyze, present, and publish doctors' research paper. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have a small token of appreciation, but it's not much, but thank you so much for sharing your experiences. Please, we should take a group photo for this.
Malaysia, and inshallah, I'm planning to come back with my family to enjoy hospitality of Malaysia. Everyone really would like to work.
Please come again. Please come. We really want you to come over and over again. I will take one last group photo. Maybe
Again, my
100% filling the questionnaire is mandatory so that you can get the material completely. Fill it up completely. We're going to arrange a little bit small, the photo maybe it's kind of a U shape that everybody can take some picture.
Ya, stop. Aku halfway dia punya phone habis bateri.